Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. I'm National Master Sam Copeland. Really excited to be here and watch the best puzzle solvers in the world compete. I'm here with Grandmaster Krikor Mkhitaryan. Krikor, can you introduce yourselves to the audience?
Hey everyone, this is Grandmaster Krikor Mkhitaryan from Brazil, and I'm gonna be commentating this fun event with Sam. We're gonna be looking at these monsters, these guys that are able to solve these puzzles in lightning speed. So it's gonna be fun, and hopefully we can follow these guys somehow, understand what they're doing, what they're thinking, which is always so hard, right?
Yeah, it's such a high-speed event. I've always loved watching in past years, and I don't even know what it is that clicks so much for me about watching the Puzzles Championship because everything is happening so fast that I can't even really process it, but it's just so fun seeing like the best people in the world at a thing just do an amazing job at high speed to just crush so many puzzles in 3 minutes. What's your history with puzzles, Krikor? Do you do a lot of puzzles? Do you do a lot of 3 minute puzzle rush? Do you have an idea of what your best score is?
I don't remember right now, actually. That's a very good question. My best score. I used to do them quite a lot, doing some time, the 5 minute and then the 3 minute. I played in this qualifier like a few times in the past years. I always, come so excited for the event. And then when it happens, it is so hard to get even close to qualifying for the second day.
Absolutely. The players here are so impressive. Let's talk a little bit about the format here today. We're going to be watching 5 rounds of Puzzle Rush. Now, each round is going to be 30 minutes. So players have 30 minutes to score the best 3-minute Puzzle Rush high score that they can. Every single competitor today has to be streaming so that we can watch and track their high scores. There are about 90 players, I'm not sure of the final count, who are going to be in the first round, in round 1. The best 20 scores out of round 1 get to move on to round 2. Then at that point and in the subsequent rounds, the top 2 scores go to tomorrow's knockout, where we'll be playing Puzzle Battle, and the bottom 3 players will be eliminated. So, first round, a big Puzzle Royale, where we have about 90 players who are really, really good at puzzles competing to earn their spots through tomorrow. And then after that, each of the 4 subsequent rounds, we'll see some players get eliminated and some players qualify through to the knockout phase tomorrow. So it should be really exciting.
Yeah, and
Any
it's
thoughts on
very
the format, Krikor?
yeah, it is very interesting that of course they have to score. They have to be in top 20 first of all, to go through round 2, and then they have to start, scoring very strongly again. So the score that you do like in the first round doesn't really matter in the second round. So you have to, the work is never done, right? You have to always be showing your best. And we know there are a few players that are just like amazing. They recognize the patterns so quickly, and they are some of the favorites, but we never know. I mean, someone could be like practicing like crazy and surprise us today and
Yeah.
the following days.
And speaking of some of the favorites, there's really one favorite that we have to talk about. I have heard this event called the Ray Robson Invitational, and that is a well deserved title because Ray Robson has won this event 5 times in a row. And this event has been held 5 times. So he has won the event every single time. In the first 4 years, he's beaten Gemis or Dimitros Latopoulos, as you can see here. And last year, the young Andy Woodward challenged him in the final and gave him a close match. Maybe this year is the year that someone actually topples him. But until we see that, we have to consider him the undisputed favorite in this event.
It is very, very impressive how he can show his best like over and over again. And there's something about him that he just recognizes patterns so quickly and is so efficient. But maybe Andy can show something closer that he showed last year and give him a hard time, I don't know, or someone else. These young players are definitely incredibly good at solving puzzles. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen this
Yeah.
year.
Absolutely. I see a comment in the chat, people wondering, like you say, about Andy Woodward's potential. He did so well last year. He's so young. He's a year older now. He could definitely give Ray a big battle. But we're going to start by following Anna Cramling, one of the world's favorite chess streamers. We're underway now, and so she's going to be kicking off with our first puzzle rush of the day.
For the 15 months. Did I hear
What
championship?
what
Anna, do you have
target
your
score
glasses?
do you
Guys, I
think
don't.
will be needed to
I've
get
been
out of
rushing.
this
I've
first
done so
round,
many things today.
Creekor?
I've been rushing.
Oh, for the top 20, we're looking at 50 something, I guess, right? Low 50s, mid
I'm
50s.
thinking it has to be that, right? Like
Yeah,
maybe 52, 53 as a guess to get out of the top
probably
20.
probably
Yeah.
53, yeah. Which is a very hard score to very difficult score to go
Yeah,
over.
I think this is 3-minute puzzle rush, and a lot of really quite good players would be happy to get a score like 53 in 5-minute puzzle rush. To do it in a 3-minute puzzle rush, you both need just some incredible speed and just a tremendous accuracy.
Yeah, you gotta be fast with the mouse as well. You gotta be efficient there, because then you're gonna lose a few seconds if you're slow. So it's thinking and also uh, making the moves like in a fast speed. And we're getting started already. We get some scores in the scoreboard already.
Yeah, I think that Anna just canceled out of a puzzle rush, I think, because the time is officially starting. So it looks like she's waiting for the official green light from the team, and she should be underway in a moment. So it looks like we were watching some warm ups there, not an actual 7 puzzle run. I'm really, really excited to see what Anna's able to do here today.
And also, they are like usually giving up also if they make a big mistake on the start. So they probably start over, right? To get a better rush. Or if they,
Yep.
since they
And I
have the
think
whole
we're
half an
right
hour.
about to get underway and officially start the clock according to the event coordinators. We see the clock
Yeah.
slide in on the upper corner of the board, so you'll be able to follow. Again, 30 minutes for every player to score the absolute best score that they can, get in the top 20, and move on. It is worth noting that any rush that started within this 30-minute timer will count. So if there's 1 second left and they start a final rush, that one will count as well. And I imagine at the end of each of these runs, we are going to see people who are in the middle of a rush that doesn't feel right, and they are definitely going to cancel right at the end and start a new one to make sure that they get their best rush in at the very end. I see some comments in the chat, by the way, with people talking about their best puzzle rush scores in this 3-minute format. So definitely post yours. I'm really interested to know our chat's experience with Puzzle Rush. If we have any chatters here who were in the space where they could have qualified for this event, I think the bar is really high with 50. But I'd love to know what our chat's experience is.
That's a very good question. And what about you, Sam?
My best. I
Yeah.
feel like I should let the chat guess. So let me hold that back for a moment. I do know my best 3-minute puzzle rush score. No cheating and looking at my profile.
Okay.
But the chat can guess what a lowly NM would score as their very best 3-minute puzzle rush score. I would not have qualified into the event. So I'm here to have a good time with all of you.
Well, yeah, I'll have to check mine because I was suddenly curious as well. I'm gonna do it in a second. Yeah.
Cool.
She
And
has 21 so far. Yeah, 22 now. Some checkmates happening.
yeah, she's gotten them all right. So she's escalating. Once you get into these 20s, you start to expect that you got to slow down a little bit, right? For the first 20, 25, you're getting a lot of mate in ones, mate in twos, very, very fast pattern recognition. Here's a nice one. I like this one that she's paused on. I think it's bishop f2, then you get rook g1 and rook takes
Mm-hmm.
f1. That was a
Blocking
really
the
pretty
king
one.
there.
Yeah. So,
Oh, she had to go rook g5 on that one. She had the
ah, yeah.
she thought
On
she
the
was
first,
checkmating.
and she missed with knight g4. It looked so tempting there.
Yeah.
So topped out at 29, and she's going to start her next run
Hmm.
in just a moment. I see the guesses in the chat, and I see a few close guesses as to my best Puzzle Rush score. My best is 45 in 3 minutes. Someone said 46. I think it's 45. My memory could be wrong, but I think I've got 45.
That's very impressive. 45?
I have only gotten that once, and I feel like my second best is like 42. So that was like an easy best
Ah,
run for me. Um, and it's hard for me on a good day to typically even get 45
mhm.
in the 5 minute.
And guess what? Mine is 45 as well. I just checked right
Oh,
now.
really?
Yeah,
I
it's the
feel
same.
so good in this moment. I feel very proud. So she's
Yeah.
underway with her next run. So she's got the first 10, right? So you're
Mhm.
solving, you got that rhythm right. Your first instinct really is right. I think up until like the first 20, wouldn't you say? That at that point it's a lot of quick mates and you've seen these patterns before. So the very first move you think of is usually the right one in the initial puzzles.
And there's also this thing that when you're like in the 30s or 40s, if it's too easy, you feel like, I think this is not it. And sometimes it is. You can get eventually an easy one there, but you're like,
Yeah.
you don't trust. Like, is it really that easy? And that can make you lose some time. And this one is very confusing. Ah, you're just going.
Yeah. I hate the ones where you're in check. It's always a little bit less intuitive than it feels it should be.
Yeah.
We're going to zoom out for a moment. And speaking of the rhythm and kind of knowing that pace in Puzzle Rush, we're going to look at the very best. We were talking about how Ray Robson has won all of the 5 puzzles championships so far. So we're going to zoom out for a moment and check into Ray Robson's stream and see how he's doing. He's going to be setting the benchmark for today, of course.
Mhm.
It'll be very impressive to see anyone really competing and potentially outscoring him, and we're excited to see what he's able to show today.
Yeah, apparently he still hasn't registered the score, apparently. But he's having, as usual, a very good run there already at 37. Yeah, going a very long puzzle there. Now at 37. Probably he has some time there. Yeah, still a minute and a half. Yeah, that's very impressive, Sam. Still has a minute and a half there on the clock.
That is mind blowing to me to be around 40 with a minute and a half. Absolutely shocking. You were talking a moment ago, Krikor, about kind of the rhythm, that there's a
Mhm.
pace where you get those intuitive moves and you're moving really quickly, and then things shift a little bit and your first instinct isn't right sometimes, but
Mhm.
sometimes it's still easier than you think. How would you describe the rhythm of a rush? Kind of the initial puzzles, kind of hitting the middle, and then when you're
Mhm.
getting up into those puzzles that are rated well into the 2000s and are really quite tricky.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you can get to the like big score and not getting any mistakes, you get a confidence boost. So eventually you don't question yourself and you can move quickly. And I think the major issue is whenever you get one wrong, suddenly you're a different person because like you're questioning every single move you're calculating. So whenever you get one puzzle wrong, then it's a big problem. You have to know how to react well there. That's the main issue because usually your brain is going to block you from playing quickly, and that's going to hurt your chances, I think.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. 55 for Ray on that one.
Yeah, and
55. That's just stunning to me. And he's like laughing while he's doing it too. Like I'm expecting like zoomed in, crouched over the monitor, hyper focused, and he's laughing and smiling. That's just stunning to me.
and I think it was showing there that 55 was his top 7,000 score. I can't even begin to think how absurd is that. It was that, right? I think I saw it correctly. I think it doesn't make
Oh
sense,
man,
but it was his top 7,000 score in his life. How many puzzle rush has he tried in his life?
that's so incredible. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head how many puzzle rushes I've done, but it's certainly not even close to 7,000.
It's not.
Like I
Me
would be
neither.
proud of doing 7,000 puzzle rushes. That's just insane. Someone in the chat is commenting he's got 6,999 better scores than
Exactly.
55. Just another way to think about that.
Yeah,
Wow.
so I wonder, I mean, he's winning year after year. I mean, is he still like doing puzzles like the way he did before, like the amount of puzzles? Like, is he practicing like every single day in a like impressive amount of puzzles? I would be curious to know
Yeah,
nowadays
me
how's
too.
his routine. Yeah.
I would have assumed that at some point, he eased up a little bit because he's won so often and the product has been around a long time. So I know he did a lot initially, but it
Yeah.
seems like he is staying just as sharp as ever. I don't know how many he's doing each day these days, but it feels like a lot. Um, that is incredible. How many do you
Yeah.
think he's memorized at this point?
I don't know. I mean, it's just uh I mean, the first ones, of course, he can just solve like thinking quickly. It's just checkmated, short checkmates. But the ones that are a little bit more complicated, probably there are hundreds of them that he just looks at them and knows by heart. I don't know if thousands. I don't know. It's just so far away from, uh,
Yeah, that makes a
yeah,
lot of
reality.
sense.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna cut in and listen in, but I will say, just in terms of his memorization, it's not like we have as many puzzles that are like 2,500 plus. So I think he's spoken about it in the past, and
Mhm.
when he's up at those higher levels, he knows a few more by heart because the patterns may be less common, but you'll get those puzzles a little more often when you do runs.
Right. Makes sense. 'Cause there are not that many of them in the high level. It's logical. So he already has a 56 score, which is, is probably good enough for top 20. So he could relax by now. Of course, he's not going to, but he could relax already. He's going to another great run there. So for now, it's 49 to get to top 20.
I think we may be close near the end once we see all the scores be tabulated. The guess of around 52 to 53 to get
Mm-hmm.
into the top 20 seems plausible as
Mm-hmm.
people keep accumulating some of their better runs.
Yeah, and we have Jimmy's at 57. We have Andy at 56. And I would think that Ray probably has this competitive thing that, I mean, maybe he really wants to be first place even today, but it doesn't matter, right? Because you're gonna go through round two and the scores are go back to zero. But maybe he wants to win every single round. I don't know. Sometimes you're so competitive that you want to win even when it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. I think we're going to step back in a moment from Ray, but let's finish this rush. He's at 30 seconds left. I love seeing the rhythm he has because it seems like he just absolutely blazes through
Mm-hmm.
the first say 40 plus
Yeah, so
puzzles
bad.
because he's so good at those. And then he's still moving quite quickly, but for the
Mm-hmm.
last maybe 10 or 15 in his run, it feels like his pace is a little more relaxed. He's slowed down, and
Okay, I got to
he makes it look
57. At
so
least increase
easy, but it's clear that his
my
pace is a
score.
bit different right at the
Makes me
beginning
slightly safer,
and
I
at the
guess.
end. And he's so
Apparently,
quick
there's
and
a
he
Google sheet.
accumulates a
Yeah,
lot of
let's see.
solving time by being so fast on the front.
Yeah, and he gets 57 there. So he ties with Jimmy's, and we have Andy at 56. We have Mean at 54 as well. We have Anna at 36. So the top
Yep.
guys are always registering good scores there.
Yep, those top guys are really standing out, just like in past years, with Andy, Jemison, and Ray, the only players who have ever made a finals in the Puzzles Championship. I think we're going to zoom into Ray now and check out how he's doing. He was in the finals with Ray last year. He lost 5-3 there, so he's going to get potentially another shot this year if he does well. Maybe get a rematch with Ray. Maybe be able to be the first player ever to defeat Ray in the Puzzles Championship. And I liked Creekor what you were saying about the pride that Ray seems to be bringing to this event. It's pretty special to be the very best in the world at something, right? Unfortunately, we don't have quite the same prize fund as was up for grabs in Gukesh and Dinglerin. Classical, is kind of the goat in the chess space, although freestyle's coming along. We see more and more rapid. But to be the very best in the world at a thing with puzzles is pretty cool. And there's not many that can say that about any format. And Ray can say that about puzzles with 5 puzzles championships under his belt and no one being able to challenge him his dominance yet. So I do think he's bringing a lot of pride. I think he cares about being the champion here, and that's just really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, and possibly because all those things that you mentioned, maybe the pressure is growing towards him because someone can maybe get his place. Maybe Andy would do it, maybe not. So there's some pressure. As you said, he's a 5-time world champion, and I'm pretty sure he wants to keep that title. And we see Andy with the 60. That's a nice score. It's a pretty
That's
nice,
so good.
sweet.
And we see him looking at the spreadsheet there, and he is not starting a new puzzle rush. He's leaning back right here. I think what Andy has comfortably realized is that there is no way, absolutely no way, that 60 is not good enough to advance to the next round. He's going to be in the top 20. He doesn't need to burn his energy at this point. So he's chilling. He's just seeing how everyone's doing. And he's feeling good about that 60. He's just gonna sit on that and wait until round 4 and try to be in the top 2 to move on to
Do you recommend
tomorrow.
any chess books?
Yeah, it makes total
Naroditsky's
sense. I
entering
mean, he's
manual
gonna start over,
in
but
games.
he took his time
Well,
there
tactics and
to
calculation,
review
I
some of the
guess.
puzzles that
I don't
he
know
went
what rating
wrong,
you all, but
and he
most
was just
people
chilling,
really
relaxing, and he said, "Okay,
woodpecker
I'm not doing
method. It's
anything.
a really
Let's try
fun.
to get more than 60. Why not?"
Yeah, he's got the practice. That's right. But he knows he's in. And
Definitely, yeah.
he's demonstrating his confidence right here. So fast.
So it's 51 now, apparently, the top 20. So it's getting really close to that 53, maybe.
Yep. And it might be a good time to talk about the tie breaks as well, because we're probably almost certainly going to have multiple players who are on that qualification threshold for the top 20 at the end of this run here. We have 13 minutes left. And so the tie breaks here are going to focus first on the streak. So just being able to put together a really good, clean run is going to help you out in the tie breaks, help you secure a spot in the next round. And we'll also be looking at the rating of the puzzle solved. So if you are tied with someone at the streak level, then whoever solved the highest puzzle in that run is going to, or maybe in any run, we should check that. But the highest rated puzzle will be the second tiebreak. I think we also have a third tiebreak, but likely we're not going to see it get that far into the system. I think that probably 2 tiebreaks will break things up, and we'll see the top 20 from that.
Yeah, another solid run. Yeah.
Yeah, and I see in the chat people are noting that that Andy's handle is based on a Bible verse, Philippians 4:6. My scripture is out of date, so if someone wants to post that in the chat, it'd be interesting to know what his inspiration is with his handle.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Good point there.
Cool.
So these
So,
are complicated
12
puzzles.
minutes left.
Yeah.
It's really starting to heat up a little bit here. Feeling the pressure of the moment.
There's some maybe d4 there. He wants to play d4. Yeah, it's not. It's not it.
Yeah.
He thought for it. He didn't see it, and he said, "Okay, I'm gonna play it anyway."
It feels so natural to open up that bishop, but Puzzle
Yeah.
Rush only has one solution, so sometimes the natural move isn't the single winning move that exists in the position. The positional instincts can lead you astray at times.
Yeah, and if you don't, if you're getting a clean run so far, sometimes it's better to make a random move and go to the next one, because spending like 10 seconds on a single puzzle, it's a very bad idea sometimes. So probably they know, like Ray, these guys, they know when to go wrong, almost on, not on purpose, but almost on purpose to move to the next one if you're not finding it.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I think most of the people who are watching this event are, of course, going to be familiar with Puzzle Rush, but it's worth mentioning the format, right? 3 minutes to solve as many puzzles as you can. They get harder as you go. So the initial ones are checkmates and ones and pretty simple. And then once you get up into the higher levels, which these players are doing consistently, they can really be quite challenging, even with a lot of time to think. But as you mentioned, you have 3 strikes, right? So it's as many puzzles as you can solve, but you have 3 strikes, and using those makes a lot of sense at times. Like if you're stuck, just enter the first move that you think of. Don't waste your time, because you still have 2 strikes left to go, and you're going for the best score.
We're seeing Mean there with wonderful time at 54, still fighting. 54 is not so clear that it's guaranteeing top 20. Probably it is, but it's not so sure. And we have Alexandra Kostenyuk, ex-world champion, 46, trying to improve her score. And we have 52 now. 52 is the score.
We're going to jump in and listen into Alexandra here for a little bit.
Okay.
No. Aye, okay. Now it's better, but it's only 9 minutes to go. So... Like to move medium.
All right. So, uh, great stuff from the chess queen, Alexandra Kostyniuk, an absolute legend of the game. We're going to go next to international master Eric Rosen, a huge fan favorite, one of the chillest streamers in the world. And we're excited to see how he's doing in this event.
Apparently, he's a
Okay. No tilting, no tilting. Okay, 5 minutes left. At least 2 more runs.
All right. So good run from Eric here. He's speeding up here. We got 5.5 minutes left in this first round. Again, top 20 scores qualify. So at this point, people are really going all out to get that one amazing score that's going to get them into the next round of this event. Do you think he's going to be able to do it, Krikor?
Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Eric is at 45 now. He needs to improve a lot. Let's root for him here in this rush because 5 minutes. It's maybe he's okay. He has this chance and another one to go for it. He has like 2 chances probably. And
2 full chances, and I would guess after this one, if it doesn't go well, then any rush that he starts where he is feeling off, he misses one early or something like that, he's probably going to cancel to make sure he gets in his best rush. Wouldn't you say that's the strategy?
I would think that's a good strategy. Yeah. This one, probably he should keep on trying. He's at 30 now. A minute and a half left. Pretty hard to get there. Okay, now he's getting a rhythm there. He's hesitating.
Yeah,
I don't
those
even
king and
understand.
pawn end games. A lot of moves to play in a puzzle rush scenario.
I have no idea. Bishop g3 maybe. Bishop g3 was maybe
The maiden net. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, see, after you get one wrong, it's so bad. I mean, you lose confidence. It's so hard to.
Yeah, you're
Now he's
trying
less.
to blaze through, and then something's off, and you're like, okay, I still need to go fast. I only missed one. That's not a big deal. I can do this. But maybe it's time to slow down a little bit. It's really hard to make that shift. So he got into that space, and he was still moving a little bit too fast right there at the end. So now he's back on the front end. He's got his rhythm back, and he's trying to hit the magical run here. right? That's the good thing is he hasn't been in the qualification space yet with a top rush of 45. He needs to get up to around 52, something like that. Actually, I'm seeing you're going to need 53 now as we're getting more scores coming in. So 53 right now, the absolute minimum. It'll be challenging, but it's not impossible if he just has that magic run, right? You just need the one run. Everything else doesn't matter. It's not an average. It's just the one run.
Yeah, probably he needs 54 at this point because I'm sure there are many players with 53, and then you're going to have to trust your tiebreak scores. He has a better start now with 30 now. But yeah.
And a minute 45 to go.
Yeah, he can still try.
I see an update on the scores. We see 52 right now is on the cusp, and then there's some 53s and 54s. But 53 is probably looking like the right number, maybe 54, like you said, by the end. But there's only 2 minutes left. I wouldn't totally trust the scoreboard because it is a manual process to get the scores in. But it should be a decent representation. People are aiming for 53, maybe 54, like you say. And so 54 definitely should avoid the tie breaks at this point.
Yeah. So we got like Andy with 60 and Ray with 59. I would assume that Ray is relaxing at this point, but Andy was able to score 60. Of course, I mean the knockout is the part that really matters for the top guys. But still, is it that's a message already from Andy that okay, I'm scoring 60, I'm in first place here. It's not the title or anything. It's not the knockout part yet, but it's a good sign for him. Very good sign for Andy.
Yeah, definitely Andy and Ray feeling great with the top two scores coming out of this. And they don't just have the top two scores, right? They have the top two scores by a margin with 60 and 59. They're 1 point apart from each other. And the next is 57, which is obviously amazing, but it's impressive to me that they have that gap of 2 points over the next score.
Yeah, we got Jimmy's at 57. We got Nigel Dorf, very young player at 56. And Danya and Pranav, Jeffrey, Christopher Yu. Many good guys at 56. And now we're going to start the elimination process in the next round, in round 2. We're going to see some very good players going home already. And it's going to get very serious now. Very serious on round 2 already.
Absolutely. The drama is just going to keep ratcheting up here. So I saw some comments in the chat. People were asking about Danya's score, Daniel Naroditsky. And I see that it comes in at 56 on the scoreboard. So maybe there was a lag getting it in on the scoreboard. But he's at 56, currently 6 out of all of the participants. And it definitely looks like he's going to be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, pretty safe, solid score. 56. We have Bortnik also qualifying, probably at 54. Ronak is there, Sadwani at 54. And it looks like 53 is the limit there. Two guys with 53. Not sure if they have the best tiebreak already, if that's going to be decided a little bit later. But we can guarantee that these players until 18th place are in with 54.
Yep. And we see the time remaining is 0 now. The clock has run out, but that does not mean that the rushes are over. Every rush that was started in the 30-minute window will count. So everyone who is on the cusp, they definitely should have canceled out of their current rush, started a new one. And we're going to see if anyone's able to squeeze into one of those final qualification spots with a run of 53. Like I said, the scoreboard might not be complete yet because we've got to make sure that all the scores are tabulated. But the best information we have right now is anyone who just started a rush is going to have to get to 53 if they're going to move on to this next round and be in the top 20.
Yeah, I guess we'll be able to find out soon the names, the 20 names that we're going to see round 2. And then they're going to fight for their qualification spots already.
Incredible. So it's exciting. It's only going to get more exciting in round 2. But for now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with our top 20 in just a moment.
Okay, so we're gonna set the board up. We've got a few fun puzzles for you.
Oh, white to play and win?
Yeah, white to play and
Okay.
win.
My first thought was bishop d6 rook takes, but it doesn't seem to help.
Okay, bishop d6, rook c8 makes not so much sense because rook c8 and then rook d1. So we need something more smart.
Bishop d6, this one, but then he just takes. Yeah, bishop d6 doesn't work. So check, 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 king e6.
Most natural would be queen g3 check. Because if king a8, now I have queen e3 and I set up my own back rank.
Bishop, bishop, bishop.
It's not so simple. You know, how to save some, some pieces, especially if we want to win later on.
Most natural would be queen g3 check. So then comes king c8, of course.
So Jan, after queen g3, black moves the king to c8.
What?
Queen g4, queen takes bishop a7, king d7, rook d2, and rook c1.
Nailed it.
Yes, correct.
Bishop a7, king d7, check, mate. Oh, it's
Go.
very beautiful.
Very, very nice.
Something like queen g4, yeah, like queen g4, bishop e7, rook d2, rook c1. No, but that's like super simple. I mean, but my problem is that I wouldn't see the queen e3 works after king a8.
Do you want to keep going for more?
Of course. until I solve.
This next puzzle
It's finally for 1600s, yeah?
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
right, welcome back everyone to the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. Apologies for the delay there. 90 players competing, and it just took a moment to tabulate all the scores, look at all the tie breaks, but we have our standing. So let's go see who are the top 20 who are qualified into round 4. All right, Krikor, break this down for us. You know these players. Who do we have here on these leaderboards? Tell us about these usernames.
Ooh, we have plenty of good guys here. We have Andy at 60, we have Ray Robson at 59, and these two guys are dominating as we saw last year, and we're seeing possibly this year as well. We have Jimmy's at 57. We have some very young players that I didn't know, like Nigel Dorf, 56 score, very, very impressive. We have Dania, of course, at 56. We have Andrew Hong there, Speed of Light, many strong scores there at 56. We have Jeffrey, we have Christopher Yu. We have Ronak Sadwani, also very, very strong Indian player. And we have the current world champion of solving, Kasper Purin from Poland there at 54 as well. And Bortnik, and wonderful time there as well with 54. So many close scores there, besides of course our top 2, maybe top 3, let's say. But through 54 through 56, I think anything can happen in round 2. I mean, I'm not sure that who's going out this round.
Yeah, absolutely. No one's carrying over history in this event. So in round 2, we've got these top 20 players, all again competing in a 30-minute round of Puzzle Rush. Whoever can score the top 2 scores will go straight into tomorrow, into the knockout finals, and the bottom 3 players will be eliminated. Speaking of history, though, we may not be carrying any history from round 1 here into round 2, but it is impressive to note that the top 3 players are the only 3 players who have at any point in the past 5 years of the Puzzles Championship been in the finals. And that is, of course, Ray Robson, who's won all 5 events. And then we have Jimis and we have Andy Woodward. So they're really making a statement right out of the gate, showing that they're probably going to be favorites again this year. They are players to beat. But speaking of an incredible player and a fan favorite who has a great shot here to always make a good showing in any speed competition and in puzzles is Dania Naroditsky. So Dania is underway here with his first rush. Tell us a bit about Dania's speed and what people can look for here from Dania, Krikor.
I mean, it's so fun to watch him play like Blitz, Bullet, and also like puzzles. He's an incredible player. He's restarting his rush there. But I mean, he always shows such a high quality, and he's so fast with the mouse as well. So I mean, he's able to input the moves pretty quickly whenever it's needed, and he has this amazing talent for fast chess, and is one of the best players in the world for since many years. We see him at the top of the list in Blitz and Bullet, and he is starting again his rush. He's not happy, Sam, with his first 2 tries there.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised he restarted. Of course, it's hard to think that if you miss one, that the rush is likely to be your very best one in the 30-minute rush. But I think you never know, right? A lot of people's best rushes aren't perfect. So with one quick miss, it feels like you might choose to continue. But Dania didn't in that case. He immediately restarted that one after he grabbed on E1 with that knight, which evidently wasn't the right move.
Yeah.
I don't know what was. And we're like 20 puzzles past that now.
Yeah. And it's very it was very nice to see Dania had such a great result on the World Blitz Championship. He was like close to qualifying. He was like 9th place at the end. So I mean, he's a fantastic player online, and it was so nice to see him have this brilliant result over the board as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing result. We hope he has a good one here today. We're going to listen in and hear Dania's stream.
I don't see the mate though. Oh, I guess, yeah. Win the queen.
Yeah, now I can hear him. It's good.
Should be, wait. Yeah, rook e4. It's not fast enough here for some reason. Okay, I need to win the bishop somehow. Or the pawn, yeah. What? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Check, no. Knight h5, no. Good. Good, 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 good. d4, g4, e4. Shoot. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Ah! Okay, 53, not too bad. Now we gotta get to 56.
All right, so Danya scored a 53 there. Great to listen to Danya. I think a lot of the players who are competing today, you know, they aren't, of course, as experienced a streamer as Danya, but Danya's giving everyone his thoughts. He seems in good spirits. He felt good about the 53 puzzle rush, which would have been right on the cusp of qualifying. I think you needed a 54, but now we're down to the top 20, right? So what do you think is actually going to be needed to place in the top 2 at the end of this round and to avoid being in the bottom 3 and getting eliminated, Krikor?
That's a very good question, because if we think like they're robots, which they're not, 54 would be the score, right? But maybe, I mean, you get more nervous possibly. At the other hand, you also get more excited because it's a second round already. It's a knockout. You don't want to go home, so maybe 55 is needed. I don't know. Let's see how they perform, because probably they perform better under pressure, probably most of them. So I guess 55 is good enough to stay on top 18, which is what it takes to go to round 3. Remember that we have to top 2 advancing. Oh, sorry, 17, right? You got to be 17th place. Top,
yeah, 17th place.
Bottom 17th place, yeah. So bottom 3 are going home, and top 2 are advancing for tomorrow. So 55.
Danya's got a good run here so far, 36, minute 40 left to go, and no misses yet. So he might be in that score range on this one. I think we're going to zoom out for a moment and check in on a few more competitors. And I think that that's a really interesting point you made, that last round we would have been looking at maybe like a 55 would be in the score range that we're going to need to get out of round 4 here today. But this round, everyone's going to be showing maybe their best stuff. Like players who last round got a 56 or a 55 might have been coasting a little bit and felt like they were in. But at this point, no one's going to be coasting except maybe like Ray and Andy Woodward. Everyone's really going to be working to make sure that they've got that 55 or 56 and trying to get off of something like a 53 or a 54, which was good enough in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah. And for example, Ray has 56, which is a nice score, and it's probably already good enough, but it's not like 100% 56. And we have Bortnik reaching his first 50 score, and this round, 51 only. See, he got 3 misses out of the last 4.
Yeah, so things fall off the rails sometimes there right at the end. Tough finish, a great reaction from Alexander. We're going to listen in for a moment and check out what he has to say on the stream.
Серьезно? CB... TBA4, damn it, that's what level is this? It's just for amateurs, and I couldn't find it. Fuck is that? Да ну бля, ну издевается, ну что это такое? Ну what the fuck is that? What is this?
Excellent points from Alexander. What was that? That was some incredibly emotive commentary from Alexander, and we only got the English version. I think if we had the Ukrainian, that would have been stellar. But he's very invested at the moment. A couple of misses, but just a super entertaining stream. If you haven't checked out Bortnick streams, you should definitely do that. He's a great player, great commentator, and I think that not enough people follow him from the English-speaking chess community, and he's just a great follow no matter what your first language is.
Yeah, I have watched a little bit of his, like, sometimes his blitz or bullet play in his streams, and he's very emotional. He puts his heart in his games, so he was very tense there with his mistakes, and he has to improve his score. Definitely, he's at 49 at this point, and now apparently he's back on track. Let's see, at 35 right now.
35. Minute 54 to go. I'm being corrected. People in the chat did catch what he saw. They should tell us what he said in the chat, but he was speaking Russian and not Ukrainian there, which makes sense. All right, so 38 here and a minute 40 to go. This could be his run. This could take him on to the next level.
Yeah, he's in. I'm not so sure what's your goal score after like half of the 3 minutes, like after 1 minute and a half. But 43 is definitely decent, at least. Probably it's a good one. Yeah, and he has good energy now. Queen h4 looks right. Yeah, no, it's right. Yeah, take the queen. Probably.
Yep.
Oops, not take. Yeah, it's.
Now we
Gotta be
right
careful.
over there.
No. Okay.
But we covered
Okay,
G2 at the end.
Yeah. So what is the trick now? Rook e4, and then what? Yeah, now is the thing. He cannot.
That's so funny that Queen G3 is such a natural move, but once you get up to those higher levels, you're like second guessing everything. Right? So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you think like, maybe I'm not that good. Maybe I'm just a bad player, and you lose your confidence for a second.
Yeah, it's so hard to control that rhythm. I find that when I do a rush, like everything's kind of clear at the beginning. And then once I'm into higher levels, I'm not even like seeing the board anymore. Everything's a little hazy. Like I see some of the pieces, but I mean, that's a really, really difficult thing about a rush. This feels, yeah. And I sacrifice the queen there.
55, and he had 10 seconds left. 56,
Yeah.
Wow. That is very nice.
We're going to get 57?
Wow.
57? Oh, yes. And we see the reaction from Alexander.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Celebrating.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's pumping his fists. I bet he let a few more fantastic words fly. Celebratory ones, of course.
And so we have like Ray at 58, Danya at 57, Jeffrey's struggling a little bit at 53. He had 56 in the past round, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not sure, but I really think that 53 is not enough here. It's definitely not enough. 53.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It was just on the cusp last time. Probably not going to get through the top 20 here. And not top 20. We had top 20 out of round 1, but we need top 17 here because the bottom 3 will be eliminated after this round. How are you feeling if you're Bortnick at this point? He just got a 57. If you're in his shoes and you just scored a 57, do you feel like at this point you're just doing practice to stay warm because you're pretty much locked in? Or I guess really what he's trying to do is finish top 2 at this point. He's looking for that magical run to be able to get like a 58, 59, 60, which would be insane, to score top 2 right here ahead of favorites like Ray Robson and Andy Woodward.
That's a very good point, because I forgot about that. I mean, of course, he's not going home in this round, but the job is not done yet. I mean, he can qualify directly with 50, 58 maybe. I don't know if Free is going to improve. I mean, just to mention that Andy got 60 again. Just mentioning. Okay, it's not knockout part yet. Ray is still there, but I mean, Ray is seeing this, and probably Ray's not happy to see. Andy's already 60 again, and Borting has to try. The thing is that you're a little bit more relaxed now, which I'm not so sure if it's a good thing or not, but he's more relaxed. And he has to try, of course, to get to the 58 or maybe 59 to qualify directly. So probably we're not going to see Andy again today, because he's definitely qualifying for tomorrow with this 60 score, and most likely Ray, but it's not locked in yet. The other guys are fighting.
Let's see one of those players who's fighting. We're going to go to Jeffrey Zhang here, certainly a super talented player, of course, and a puzzle solver. So he's competing here. His best is 53. And like you said just a moment ago, that probably isn't good enough. So he's going to need to improve on that if he wants to be certain to advance into the next round here. So he's at 46 with 42 seconds to go. And you might be able to get a better than 53 score, but no, he's out at 47 there. So we start again and give it a better shot. Would have been tough to get that qualification score. All right, we're going to listen in for a moment and just hear what Jeffrey has to say as he strives for this this qualification score. great rush from Jeffrey there. As the commentators or the commentators in chat were noting, he let his mouse do the talking for him in that one. But really, really tense as he got a great rush there. I think he finished at 56. That's updated now on the graphic. And so that probably feels like a score that's going to move on, but is not going to be top 2. So he is living to fight another day. If he wants to get the top 2 here, he's going to need something like 59 or 60, right?
Yeah. I'm very intrigued by that last puzzle, but I guess we'll never find out the answer. I'm trying to find out what was the right move, because he also hesitated there for a second. But
maybe we can get like someone to post it in chat or something, and we can check it out. But I can see you're still mulling it over. You've been at it for 30 seconds. That was a tough one. I was listening to you directly, Krikor, and you were mentioning the same move that Jeffrey went for, which was to capture with the pawn, and we still don't know what was better than that. But evidently, Stockfish tells us it wasn't that move.
Yeah, maybe Queen B7, but it's not working. I don't know. So the thing is, though, I mean, after Andy and probably Ray qualify, next round is going to be insane, because it's going to be more balanced. And the top 2 guys, we have no idea who they're going to be. And so now, most likely, we're going to have Andy and Ray go through the next round, which is expected. They're the monsters here. Andy is showing impressive consistency so far, and Jeffrey guarantees his place in round 3 now with this score.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Andy and Ray, as you mentioned, 60, and Ray I think had 59 in the first round, has 58 here, but they're the 2 players to beat at this moment. They are looking in a good spot, and Andy looks like a lock at this point to qualify through to tomorrow. But for a lot of other players, it's really going to depend on the later rounds. So Andy and Ray are probably going through even in this round or soon. But for those players competing on the cusp, how do you think they should approach things right now? Like, should they conserve energy a little bit at this point? Do you find that if you really go all out in Puzzle Rush, at some point you start to get a bit tired, and they might not be at their best in round 3, 4, 5 when they have their best chance to get that score that gets them into the knockout tomorrow?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think if you get like 56 like Jeffrey, you can relax now, because I mean, you're not getting, most likely you're not getting 60 suddenly. So maybe relaxing is a good strategy. And we saw that Andy was kind of flexing there, because he was watching Ray stream and he was not doing puzzles anymore, and he was watching Ray, like telling Ray, like, are you going to score 60? Because I did score 60 already. So he was watching his main competitor on his stream there. We saw for a second he was but Andy's, apparently he's trying again now.
Andy's bringing some confidence into the stream. His handle on Chess.com is Philippians 4-6, which begins "Be not anxious," and he seems not to be anxious. He's bringing some confidence, maybe even a little cockiness to the puzzle space. I think that's what the puzzle space needs. We need some cocky players to show what this discipline can be about. So right now we have Ronak. By the way, I love Ronak's hair. He's bringing something modern to the table here, looking sharp. And he's got a 56. So similar to what we saw from Jeffrey Zhang, one of these scores that's probably good enough to move on to the third round today, but it's not enough to finish top 2 at this point and move on to tomorrow. So he's rushing now, trying to get that score that's even better, get that 59, get that magical 60, and secure a spot already for tomorrow.
Yeah, we got right now 54 is doing it, and 53 is not enough. But 54 is right now is enough. We got 3 players with 52, 51, and 51. And now we got 6 minutes left. So most likely we're probably having our 3 players getting eliminated, but who knows? There's still time. And Jimmy's is at 56, solid score, but he's not in third place like he was on the first round. So he's consistent there, but for now we're seeing Andy and Ray dominate these first 2 rounds, and we're gonna see them tomorrow in the knockout part now, and the other guys are gonna fight in round 3.
Yeah. I don't want to disrespect all of the competitors here, all of whom are here to win it, all of whom have a chance to win it with great showings today and tomorrow. But it's certainly looking from the early rounds that we're seeing here like it's going to be an Andy Woodward and a Ray Robson battle tomorrow, and that they're going to be big favorites and are going to be tough to beat. I'm curious if we can get a poll in the chat as to who people would favor right now. Krikor, who would you say at the moment, Andy or Ray, if we manage to see them in the finals tomorrow?
I mean, Andy is showing better scores, but I still think that the titles count so much. So he has those titles in his room, those trophies in his room, and that counts a lot. So I would still put Ray as a favorite right now, even though Andy has been showing impressive scores and skills. He's the one that has to, get the title get this title for the first time.
Yeah.
What about
Makes
you?
a lot of sense. I would go on the other side. I'm favoring Andy right now. Super impressed with what he's showing. But let's zoom into another great competitor here, to Min Lei. So we've got just under 5 minutes remaining at this point. Min's top score is 54, which, as we were looking at it a moment ago, was on the cusp. Like maybe you scrape through, but he's certainly looking to improve, get a 55 or 56, and definitely secure a spot into the next round at this point. A minute 46 to go, 33 right now with no misses. Do you think this is the run for him, Krikor?
I think it's not the best, because we've seen, I think it was Jeffrey. He was at like 42 or something
wrong,
at
but
1 minute and a
I
half.
see differences.
So he has half of the time already gone in his rush, and it doesn't look very impressive, the score. And now there's only 2 guys below 54. So now we're going to tie breaks already. So, I mean, I don't know who it is, but there's someone with 54 that is going home right now. If you see the scoreboard, we don't know. There are 4 guys with 54, but now it changed. It changes everything now. So maybe Min Lei could be out at this point. We don't know. It depends on the tie breaks. So we really want to score 55.
Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get it this run, but let's listen in and see what he has to say as he's battling here right on the edge.
See what happened in Classify, to be honest. I'm just like follow my intuition there. Luckily was right. Here this is what 2 in fact. I really start becoming slower. No, I don't know. No, you were wrong. Top 3 got disqualified, So now I'm tied up. I mean, I'm tied with the players who got disqualified. Simple as that. The thing. Let's run. In fact, let's try. If I can 55, I think I'll surely be in danger. But okay, if I can get that, it means that obviously I cannot be able to get past my limit. So I think I get disqualified, which is fair. I'm on so speedrun until 35, but the main thing is that, I mean, he's faster than me, I think it's what it is. like, although we both speedrun there with like the same things, but see, right? Sometimes I gotta like slow down a little bit, but he just, I guess for him it's like he just, you know, play instantly, or even call like removing the ideas. For me, I need to stop for a little while to visualize the thing a little while. With that, I think this is when things become a bit slow, you know, in an unnecessary way. Maiden one, you see, maiden one, I missed that, right? Maiden one. Holy shit. So maiden one, and you guys do qualify simple, I guess, alright. What do you think? Okay. A long one. It's not fun actually at this point, I must admit it. Oh shit. Okay, that's it. I just can't see things anymore. That's how it is. Okay, you see it, right? Okay, that's it. I think time's up. If I got disqualified, so it is where it is.
All right, great stuff from Minlay. Always good to listen in on his stream. That does take us out of round 2. We're going to take a quick break to calculate the final standings, make sure we got all the tie breaks right, and see who is going to advance to round 3. But first, I want to let you know quickly about the Chess.com merch store. I'm wearing some of the merch from our team right now, and we've got brand new stuff on the Chess.com merch store. You can upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. Visit go.chess.com/merch or use the command merch in chat to shop. You're watching the Chess.com Puzzles Championship, and we'll be right back with round 3 after this break. Our last set of tactics is drawing tactics. Sometimes the position is desperate and you seemingly have no way to save the game. But an incredible resource can allow you to eke out a valuable half point. The first drawing tactic is the perpetual attack. This is a bit like the trapped piece, but in this case you aren't able to actually win the piece. However, you can continually attack it, and your opponent is unable to escape the threats. Eventually, the game will be drawn after repeating the position 3 times. The study composer Vatava showed an incredible piece of geometry, with a pawn sacrifice setting up a perpetual attack from the king against the black rook, securing a draw. The most common case of perpetual attack is perpetual check. This is naturally a case of perpetual attack against the opponent's king. Stalemate tactics are often in play to save positions when you are down oodles of material.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
In many cases, stalemates occur as a result of catastrophic inattention from the attacker, but sometimes they can be the result of great ingenuity on the defensive side. My favorite stalemate trick ever occurred in a computer game where bishop b3 allowed white to follow up by sacrificing the remaining pieces and securing a miraculous half point. Finally, and truly finally, a fortress is another defensive fallback where, down material, you are able to construct a shell that the opponent simply cannot break.
Okay, so we're gonna set the board up. We've got a few fun puzzles for you.
I think I saw it somewhere. Probably I should give all the pieces and wait with knight.
Okay, I mean, I can just go through the moves. So you go 98.
I don't remember this position exactly, but I remember some position with 97, rook h5, rook a5. Yeah, 98.
Now I go knight g7. No, wait, no, I go, sorry, I go f5. Do I go f5 or h5?
King g6. So.
Okay, so these go here.
Some of knight g7.
No, I go h5, of course. You take with the rook, I go f5. No.
These, okay. I think it works. It works. Yes.
That was the perfect move order.
h5, yeah.
Yep.
H5. Rook h5, f5. Rook f5, g4.
G4.
And then rook somewhere.
Rook e5.
Rook f5, and bishop f5, yeah. And knight g7.
Very good.
Yeah, no, like this, and g4, yeah, this is what I was messing up the move order, but, and mate, next move.
Yeah.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And why h5 before f5?
Because f5, rook f5, if h5, king h5, and g4, and you save.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Puzzle Rush Royale in the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. We've just finished round 2, and we are moving on to round 3. We had 20 competitors in round 2. Top 2 advanced to tomorrow in the knockout phase, and the bottom 3 were eliminated. We now have the updated standings with a big surprise here at the top. Krikor, tell us what we have.
We have Ray playing once again to round 3, because we have Andy, of course, with 60 through the knockout part, and we have Joseph Tahir from Indonesia, apparently with a buzzer beater, because he was in the last minute to get a 58 with better tie breaks than Ray. And we're gonna see Ray, the 5-time champion, of course, huge favorites qualify for tomorrow, but he has to go to another round of qualifying because Andy and Joseph go through. We also have CM Rui, we have Kasper Piron from Poland, the world champion of solving, eliminated, and also Superpower 2011. young player also. So 3 guys going home and 2 guys qualifying to the knockout part. And it's surprising to see Ray once again play.
Absolutely. And I don't know the username Yosef Taher, so it seems like we have a really talented young player. I heard that his account indicates that he's from Indonesia, so it's exciting to see a talented young player from a tremendous country, obviously a huge population, really creative space, but not typically a chess powerhouse. So maybe we have a new star on the Indonesian chess scene. So we have Andy Woodward and we have Yosef on to tomorrow. And of course, again, Ray's going to be a big favorite to advance here, but he's got to compete again here in round 3. So great stuff. We'll be starting shortly, and the drama only increases from here. We're going to see more and more chunks of the field eliminated as we now only have 15 players left.
Yeah. I've known Yusuf. I mean, I've played with him some Blitz games here and there. I think he's a very, very strong bullet player as well. I think he's a bullet specialist. I think he's an IM, if I'm not wrong. But he's a very, very tricky player. The times I played against him in Blitz, it was a nightmare. I mean, he could eventually get good positions, but it's a very, very tricky guy. Very resourceful, and of course, a monster in puzzles, as we just noticed. So let's see now. So what's the score now, Sam, to qualify?
What's
to
the
round
score
4.
to qualify?
Yeah.
Well, we saw you needed 54, which, for example, Min Lei managed to achieve, and he did go through. I think he had the tie breaks he needed, but 54 was the threshold. So at this point, I'm going to say it's 54 again. That's my bet here. I think that as the field gets a little smaller, we don't have as many players in the field. There's some elimination of variance, and I think the threshold is again going to be 54. But you're going to need the right tie breaks at 54 to go through. We're going to see some players with 54 eliminated. What do you think? Is that an insane prediction? What's your prediction?
My prediction is pretty close. I think it's 55, but it could as well be 54. I don't know. And the tie breaks are being used quite a lot. So I mean, it incentivizes you to get cleaner rushes there without mistakes, because apparently it's getting used. I mean, they're using the tie breaks quite a lot, especially if you're in that limit, the 54, 55. So let's see.
Yeah,
I guess it's 55. My guess.
We're about to get underway here. Fantastic prediction of 55 there as the score needed to move on. I think that one interesting thing is with the tie breaks, we have a tie break first for streak. So that incentivizes a really clean run. But if the streaks are tied, the second tie break is for the highest puzzle rating that you solved. And that actually conflicts because the second tie break is incentivizing you to do more puzzles, which means you've missed 1 or 2 because the difficulty is increasing, whether or not you get the puzzle right. So if you get a clean streak, that's going to be best. And if you don't get a clean streak, then you want to get that high puzzle rating as your tie break for the second spot.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
All right, we're getting underway, and we're going to start here with Ray Robson. A surprise for him not to go through because he had that 58, but he did get caught by Yosef just in the last moments. And here he's got to play again in round 3. What do you think he's going to need to move on? What's the right score to get into the top 2 this round?
Well, first of all, it's interesting that he had a rush there with 0 puzzles because he was about to start. He was number 30,000 in his career, so he solved at least 30,000. We wanted to know how many puzzles he had in his life. I think, let's say 58 is good enough for sure. Has to be good. at 57 probably is also good, because I don't remember who was fourth place, but probably was 56, maybe 157. I would guess two guys with 57, or maybe 157, and Ray. I think Ray's gonna do better.
My prediction
maybe
is, I think aligned. I think we're gonna see Ray do 58 plus, and he's gonna
Yeah,
go
me too.
through. And I predict ties at 57, and someone goes
Yeah.
through. I think we're basically saying the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ray can put up like 60 or 61, maybe. Let's see, to send a message to Andy. There's
I
some
would
nice
love
check.
to see a 61. That would be fantastic. It feels like he's been pretty chill. We talked about Andy being, relaxed. Seems like Ray's also pretty relaxed. So I don't know that we're going to see a 61. It doesn't feel like he's like in a go for the kill kind of, I'm going to dominate this qualification stage mindset. But of course, we'd love to see that. We want to see him, really trying to rack up his absolute best score and show what he's going to be capable of tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and this c5 is not just mate. Queen c1, bishop c6.
I would have played c5 so quick. Right or wrong, I would have played it.
There's no queen c1. Oh, of course. The queen is on g5, yeah? Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. That I find one of the hardest things about puzzle rushes myself. When you're playing a game, you have history. You come to a position, but you know where the pieces have moved. So you know the queen is on g5 and is covering c1. You miss it sometimes, but you have context. When you're doing a puzzle rush, you're dropping into it in a split second, and there's pieces over on this side of the board, and you're obviously trying to mate over here, but then there are other pieces over on the other side of the board that are screwing around with that. And it's hard to put those pieces together and realize, wait, this piece over here is covering this square over here, right? Especially in the early stages, I often miss stuff because I just don't notice something at a distance because I've only seen part of the board and I thought I saw the relevant pattern chunk that I needed. Do you find that happens to you sometimes, Creekor?
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Very good point to put it that way. Because you're playing the game, you know what's happening, you have that kind of in your brain already, but they present you a position, it takes us some seconds to understand what's going on. And I think the very best, like Ray, for example, I mean, he just looks at the position and somehow his vision already catches nearly everything so quickly that he can avoid these kind of blunders with the queen there or the bishop there in the other side of the board controlling some checkmate.
Yeah, he seems to see the whole position. Like he's got really good peripheral vision. Like I feel like I'm like this right here, right down the middle. And he's got this vision that's capturing everything. I think one interesting thing to talk about is maybe what are the skills or the settings that are needed to get your very best score in Puzzle Rush. Some things I think about are making sure you have animations off on Chess.com. I know people have talked about that at times. Animations make a smoother experience in some cases, but it'll slow you down just a little bit, which matters here. I also know Ray here and Alexander Bortnik, for example, unlike the two competitors beneath them with Min and Danya, they have shrunk their board a little bit. And I think that's a smart strategy because it's making it a little easier for them to see the entire board. And their mouse is having to travel a little less distance every single move. So I think that probably helps a little bit, like not a ton, but maybe you get one or two more solves in your good runs by adjusting the board dimensions to help you out a bit. What do you think, Creekor?
Yeah, it's funny that makes sense to have the board smaller board, but I mean, why is not everyone doing it? Because it makes sense to me. I think you can win some split second there, some milliseconds, something. And so probably the smaller board. I think I remember seeing Wesley just playing regular, probably blitz. I remember seeing his setup, and the board was very small. It was not puzzle, I think, maybe bullet or blitz. I don't know. So maybe you play faster with the smaller board, but why is not everyone doing it? I don't know. Another good question.
Yeah, and I see a comment in the chat that Jimus, who's a tremendous player and a four-time finalist in the Puzzles Championship, uses a tiny board. So some people seem to be pointing that this is some of the meta. This is a 5-head maneuver that people can seize on here. So some people are trying to get that little extra advantage, and some people seem to just more be like, I'm just going to show up, play my game. I'm not worried about like the board size or something like that. So we're sitting here with Danya. His score so far is 49. He backs out of a rush with 22. 49 almost certainly not going to be good enough to move on to the next round. So he's really trying to get something up in that at least 54, more like 55 range. And we're going to listen in to Danya and see what he has to say about the position.
Go, 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 go. I don't know what's going on. Take it. Free rook. Free queen. Yes. There's any mate. Okay, a couple easy ones there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Now we can slow down a little bit. And I've already had this one. Okay, now this one. Okay, now A2. Is it G3? No. Is it G3 now? Yes. Okay, bishop C8, no. What is happening here? What's this? Okay. Oh man. It was bishop c3. It was an easy one too. Oh, I could have gotten a big run there. Instead I got.
Wow, Danya's a little disappointed there at the end, but that's probably the qualification score. He got 55. I think that's probably going to get him into the next round. But he's disappointed still because he felt like he could have gotten a better score. Maybe he felt like he could even have gotten a really big score and moved on directly into tomorrow. So impressive stuff, eh, Krikor?
Yeah, he had a very strong start there on that rush, but at the end he went wrong here and there. So, but yeah, in a way, one must be relieved to guarantee his qualification, because 55 is probably good enough. Has to be good enough. I mean, unless everyone goes insane, it probably should be enough.
Yeah, and his previous top rush was 49, so it's not updated yet. There it updates just at this moment to 55, but it's a big step up. And so he's got to be happy about that, and he's probably moving on to the next round. But Danya is a tremendous competitor. He's here to just maximize his score. He's the kind of player who's always going to play the meta games a little bit, and just, I think, only focus on what's going to count for the win, which is really maximizing that score. He's not going to sit on a puzzle rush that he's not feeling right about. He's going to click out, move on, try and get a better score.
I got some interesting end games here already. He's thinking about rook b4. He's thinking, okay, rook b4. Oh, the rook was trapped there. Now we got some checkmate. Oops, he went wrong there. Now he's on his last mistake. He cannot afford to go wrong again. Maybe king. Oh, king e7. Yeah, I was not going to that move.
I feel like it's really hard in this case where you've got one strike left to do your best here at the very end.
Yeah.
It really kind of screws with your rhythm to know that you've got that one strike left. And out at 51, so a good score, but not changing his current top rush.
Yeah, it's like in a tennis game, and then your opponent has a match point. I'm sure it's very, very hard to play normal tennis, even the best in the world, when you're facing match point, which is kind of the situation here. Like, you cannot go wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I can't imagine the tension that some of the players are feeling at these higher levels as they're really competing, and it's sort of life or death in this event. I love the elimination style of this event. And I already find puzzle battle and puzzle rushes when I'm competing for a top score just really stressful in a good way. And here, all of that is just at the absolute highest levels. It doesn't get more tense than these kinds of moments.
Yeah, this looks like a very good rush from Danya. It's 35, and he only spent a minute and he's gonna reach 1 minute and he's gonna reach the half of it with probably 40. Probably he's hesitating a little bit. Yeah, 40. Oh, this is very good.
At 142, this could be a Danya record potentially.
Yeah, 42. Let's see his score when it's half time. Yeah, 44.
Yep.
44. That's very strong, I think.
Let's listen into Danya's stream, see how he's feeling as he's got this really good run going.
No. Oh my gosh. Feels getting F4. I need to try to hit 60, yeah, but I can't even hit 58. That was a really good run, too. So slow. Ay! No! There's such a dirty move. That's a dirty move. What's the time at? That's like 2 minutes or so.
All right, so great stuff from Danya. He's really competing for that qualification spot with 55, and he probably is in at this point. We're going to see. He's right on the edge. But we're going to step back and take a look at the bird's eye view at the moment. And the big news while we were listening in to Danya is we have a new 60 on the board. It is Ronak Sadwani and a 58 from Pranav. So Team India showing up strong here. What do you think about that 60 from Ronak, Krikor?
That is insane. I mean, I had no idea. Like we would see 60. I expect. I know these are all monsters. They're so good. But I thought if we're gonna see 60 after Andy, it would be from Ray. But apparently that's not the case. So Ronak scores 60, Pranav scores 58, and we also get Samonenkov from Ukraine, also 58. So Ray is depending on tiebreaks now to go through on this round 3. So it's getting harder and harder for everyone suddenly.
That is absolutely insane. I am shocked that Ray has not gone through in the first round or the second round here, the first one that players could qualify into the knockout tomorrow in. And right now, he's not slated to do it. He's got 12 minutes left. We know he's capable of those 58 and 60 scores that he'll need to move through in this round, but he's not had his best runs. And it's looking like he might have to try again in round 4, which is really insane. Ray has won again all 5 puzzles championships. Viswanathan Anand, the king, is known for being a 5-time world champion, and Ray has done it, but in only 5 years in this one discipline, which is just incredible. But today, maybe he's struggling a bit.
Yeah, and I'm curious to understand why is Sokidze or Samonenkov, I think it's his surname, from Ukraine. Why is he not puzzling anymore? Because I mean, 58 is very strong, but he can qualify to the next round. He's out of his computer apparently. He's not doing anything at this moment. He's happy with his 58, but that can, I mean, that is enough to round 4, but is he aware of the rules of the format? Oh, he's back.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, we certainly think Ray could get a 58, 59, 60 and knock him out, but he needed a break. He's back at his computer now, and he's seeing if he can do even better than that 58. Meanwhile, we're going to listen in to Jimis, who's got his board micro-sized right there. We're going to see what Jimis has to say as he battles to see if he can put up one of his best scores here.
Oxe, começou. Lan. Rap Gregor and their first motoskormus ending at this.
As absolutely always, Jimis is locked in. Super, super focused. Not a lot of commentary. Don't think he even has board sounds on. And I don't know about you, Krikor, but I cannot see a damn thing. I don't know what is happening on his very, very tiny board, but I know he is continuing to crush his puzzles.
I can't see. I'm seeing some rooks, some knights, in random squares. I can only locate the board with the 64 squares, but that's all. I mean, the piece I'm having a really hard time understanding. And he's using that strategy with the micro board. Apparently, it works out for him. I don't know what everyone thinks of this mini board that he's using.
And I mentioned the small board strategy before, and I use it myself when I'm playing Bullet and Puzzle Rush, but I don't make it this small. And to be entirely honest, I did not know that the product could make the board this small. It feels like a bug that we allow you to scale the board down to this size. Do we really need that? I'm impressed with his dedication here to using the smallest possible board and getting the best possible score.
Maybe he requested it a few years ago, like to the support team, like, can you make this board smaller, please? I need it.
Yeah, we probably have more requests in the queue from him. Hey, I noticed that your board is actually using 4 pixels to display the pieces, but have you considered using a single pixel? I think that would absolutely minimize the delays I have. I don't even really need to be able to see the pieces. I just want to see like black and white dots, and I've got it from there.
There's no need for good resolution, right? You just need as fast as it can be.
Yeah, you've got a computer with like a 720p display and then just a massive processor just to absolutely maximize that Puzzle Rush score. Well, we're stepping back to check in on some other competitors. Good luck to Gemmis as he's continuing to run. Should be able to qualify through to the next round, but he'll need a better score if he goes to the top 2 and gets straight into the knockout tomorrow. We have Ray here. We have Alexander Bortnick. And we have Liam Putnam, who we haven't really talked about, but Liam's a really, really talented player and has had good runs in the past in Puzzle Rush and a 55 there. So that's a great score. Creekork, tell us a little bit about Liam Putnam. Have you played him at all? What should we know about this this talented young player?
I think I played him some Blitz games. As much as I remember, he's also a Bullet specialist. Very, very good at Bullet. Usually has high ratings. And he's very good at Blitz too, of course. I think he's around 3,000. I think I played him some time ago. So definitely he's someone that we should be watching as well, young player. We see Bortnick. Bortnick was having a bad round, but now he's fine again. He's strong at 57. And Jimmy's is going home at this moment. And we have 6 minutes left. Jimmy's is not qualifying to round 4, which is impressive. He's a finalist, 4-time finalist in this championship. Of course, he didn't have a very good event last year, but still, we are expecting to see him in the next round. So maybe he can pull off here a miracle, because he needs a very strong run to at least one more. 54 is good enough for him to escape elimination.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see him. Like you say, 4-time finalist. Ray has won all of those finals against Gemmis, and he didn't make the finals last year, but he's certainly a favorite. Seeing him on the verge of elimination here is quite stunning. He's a bit like my my Buffalo Bills in that he has made the Super Bowl 4 times consecutively, but the other side of the conference is pretty tough. So we'll see if Gemmis can get that score that he needs, a 54, and keep things going. Or, of course, he is absolutely capable, even if he's struggling a bit here in this particular round, of showing up and showing off and getting a 58 or better and possibly even getting one of those last 2 spots. He's done it already in this event. Right now, he's probably not focused on the top 2 unless things go really well. He just wants to make sure that he gets the qualification score that he needs, goes on to the next round, and there he should have his chances to put up the big score.
Yeah. And I think we saw Pranav also do well last year, if I'm not mistaken. And we are seeing him possibly qualify to the knockout part already. He's at 2nd place right now. We see Min Lei also getting eliminated at this point, 52 score. He also needs a 54. And we have Bortnik trying to hold on to his place. Christopher Hughes getting very solid, consistent. 5th place right now. We have Danya at 56, Jeffrey at 56. So we have some players that are showing good consistency, which is very good. They advance to the next round. But at some point, you're going to have to score a 57, I guess, to qualify. Or maybe, probably 57 would be the smallest score we'll see today for a qualifying spot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's really incredible that you would need 57, but we are talking about basically the 8 best puzzle solvers in the world going on till tomorrow. So 57 to be in that very best 8 makes a lot of sense, and it's gonna be very tough. So Alexander Bortnik is on that score that we're talking about, the Magic 57. But in this round, we've seen really good scores with a 60 from Ronak and 58 from 3 players, Pranav, Sokidze, and Ray Robson there. So 57 not likely to get him through, but if he can repeat it in the next round or the round after, then he should have a shot. And of course, there's 3 minutes left in this round. He can still improve, score 58, and then he has a shot at the tie breaks he needs to move directly on to the playoff tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he was having a good rush there, but he went wrong at the end. And I think Jimmy's escaped elimination, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think Jimmy's escaped. We're going to see the standings now on the next page in a second. I think, 53, which is... Oh, he already had 53.
He keeps the same score, I think, but there seems to be some update so that that's going to qualify him through, potentially. But I would not feel secure if I were him, because those standings are tentative, and you definitely want to improve on that and be sure that when the final total is tallied that you've advanced. So it does take some time to tally standings and tie breaks, so I wouldn't feel certain that he's going through just yet.
Yeah, and remembering everyone that we already have 2 players in the knockout part tomorrow, and in this round, another 2 players are qualifying and 3 players are going home. So Ronak is definitely qualifying for sure, and the 3 players with 58, we don't know yet. It depends on the tie breaks. So it could be either Ray, Pranav, or Sokidze, Samolenko from Ukraine. One of these 3 guys are gonna qualify directly, and they can rest a little bit after this tense day of puzzling.
Absolutely. And Krikor, to what extent would you say there's some element of luck in getting your best puzzle rush score and getting those high qualification scores in this event?
That's a good question, because we always see like chess as a non-luck game, but there's also there's always a tiny bit of luck eventually on your opponent making a mistake, and you can argue that it's not necessarily luck. But yeah, I think there are positions that you getting a puzzle that for some reason is easier for you and harder for your competitor. I don't know. There is some small factor of luck, I think, on the puzzles that you receive. Maybe they're a little bit easier for you for some reason. That pattern maybe is more recognizable for you and tougher for someone else. So it's small,
Absolutely.
but I think it could be present.
Yeah, and I think that when you see players like Ray, who are so good, he's consistently solving like the first 40 in like a minute and a half or something insane like that. That's where you see the absolute skill kind of on display, right? Very, very consistent. But I think that in many cases, there's some luck in kind of the last 5 to 10 that you need to really get your very best score, because sometimes those last 5 or 10 might be a little bit easier, even if they're highly rated. than what someone else gets, right? So how quickly you're able to solve that last few and kind of what you get in the turnstile in those final ones is a critical part of it. And there's a little more luck here because we're seeing different puzzle rushes, right? So people are getting those puzzle rushes. They're not getting the same puzzle rushes. It's different for everyone. Tomorrow, when we go to the puzzle battle, they'll be solving the same set of puzzles. And so we see really the element of luck minimized here. But certainly these players are so consistent. We know that they're all displaying at a high level and getting high scores, repeatedly in this format.
Yeah, and apparently we saw another buzzer beater, this time from Jimmy's. He scored 54. So we still have to wait for official confirmation. Apparently he escapes elimination because there were 3 guys under 54. We have 2 53 scores and 1 52, I think. So you were right. 54 was the score needed.
I love being right. Lucky, I'll take, and right is super fortunate, but 54 it is. That's the magic score. In any case, we're going to take a quick break as we finalize those standings, and we will be back again with the next round, round 4 in the Chess.com Puzzles Championship.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Okay, so we're gonna set the board up. We've got a few fun puzzles for you.
Wow. Even to win. Amazing.
Okay. I'm looking for some secret here.
Well, I mean, let's say if I double it right now, like if we play, let's say, rook h1, and I guess black simply takes on f6, and that's not much could be done.
Oh yeah, I think you guys got me with this one. I mean, it's not that easy as I thought it would be.
The position is correct, yeah?
What happens? So rook g6, f takes g, f7 shouldn't be the solution, I feel.
So if we start with some checks like knight h6, king d8, it makes like 0 sense. King d8, queen d6, knight h7, queen h7, king h7, checking.
Oh, right. Rook takes one. Nice. The right one.
Actually, knight d4, queen d7, rook h1, knight f6 here.
Check. This one is here.
Very nice. Wow.
I can get the next 4.
Good stuff.
Oh, I see. Rook g6, then knight g5, and knight h6. Yeah. Rook g6, fg, queen h7, or hg, queen h7. Yeah. Takes. F takes g or h takes g, doesn't really matter. Then queen takes, king takes, and then black gets mated. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Good
There
job.
you go. We got it. Well done.
Nice. Well, so I have to remove my rook from g5. So that's how I play rook g6 probably, yeah, because otherwise king goes. Okay, then rook g6 and then, okay, like in the draw, yeah, like check, and mate. Okay, so rook g6 and then a bunch of checks.
Very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, welcome back everyone to the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. We're ready to move on to round 4. We've only got 2 rounds left here, and we're going to jump over to the standings, and we have a big surprise, a big elimination here after round 3. Grigor, what do we have?
Well, we have Team India crushing it, not only in the candidates in the World Championship, but also in the Puzzle World Championship, with Ronak Sadhwani with a 60 score, very impressive. Pranav also with 58 and a better tiebreak than Sokidze and also Ray Robson. They do have to play another round to try to qualify to the knockout. We also have very consistent players there. Liam Putnam, Christopher Yu, Bortnik, Andrew Hong, they're scoring 57. Daniel with 56, Jeffrey with 56 as well. And we have Min Lei eliminated with 52. We have Grandmaster 2B also eliminated with 53. And we had Nigel Dwarf and Jimmy's with 54. But in the tie breaks, Jimmy's loses that spot and goes home. Gets eliminated, and Nigel Dwarf continues on to round 4. It's very impressive elimination from one of the best, historically speaking, one of the best players in puzzle that we have ever seen in Chess.com. Jimmy's 98.
I would absolutely never have predicted that Jimis was going home after round 3. I would have predicted he was going through to the finals tomorrow after round 3. As we've mentioned, he is a 4-time finalist. He's only lost to Ray Robson in the first 4 years of this event. And he scored a 58, which was one of the absolute best scores in our first round, the Royale round today. So to see him eliminated here, he just didn't have a good run. And on tie breaks, he was only 1 point behind Nigel Dwarf. I think the streak was the tie break, and Nigel Dwarf had a streak of 45. He had a streak of 44. And it is that razor-thin margin that means that Jimis is out and does not get to contend tomorrow in the knockout format for this event.
And suddenly we have 10 players now fighting on round 4, because we had 15. Now we have 5 players out, 3 go home, you're eliminated, and 2 players go through to the knockout part. And we have 10 players now.
10 players. And to add a little to the math, there's only 4 spots remaining. So we have our next round coming up, round 4. After this is round 5. And only the top 2 players in each of these rounds go through. That's 4 players total. All of the names who are remaining are obviously really, really good at Puzzle Rush. They've shown that today. There are a lot of famous names, and only a few slots available for tomorrow. We've got 4 players secured through to tomorrow. We just had Ronak Sadhwani and Pranav. So Team India grabbed 2 slots. And we had a talented young player from Indonesia, and we had Andy Woodward in round 1. So those are the 4 players who now have slots. And we've got 1 hour of competition left to see who's going to join them. We got 4 players up. And who's the biggest name of the 10 players remaining, Grigor? There's someone who's not through yet.
Well, it has to be Ray Robson, definitely, our 5-time world champion. He's been in the top of the standings in round 2 and 3, but hasn't been enough. He was 3rd place in round 2, and now he was 4th place in round 3. And now he's the massive favorite, of course, to qualify once again. He's been consistent. He hasn't been stellar to the point that he already qualified, but he has been very, very consistent with many 57, 58 scores. So he has to keep up with that and then show his best tomorrow in the knockout part of the event. But the other guys are not going to make it easy for him, because we're not expecting Ronak to score 60. Even knowing how talented and how strong he is as a player, it was not expected. And now he was able to show that score, and maybe someone else can do the same now. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. It's insane that Ray Robson, 5-time champion of this event, 5 out of 5-time champion of this event, has not secured his slot through. And I think we're both thinking of it, or at least I've been thinking of it as just a matter of time, that he's going to secure his slot. He'll go through and he'll again be a favorite tomorrow. And I've been anticipating that we'll likely see him in the finals. And I think what this last round shows us is it's really close and no one can feel comfortable. And what happened to Jimis just now could also happen to Ray Robson. It is absolutely possible that this round or the next round, he just doesn't get the right run and is in the bottom 3 because everyone's so good. So let's see what he can do. He's got to be a favorite to go through, but it's no longer easy. Everyone here of these 10 remaining is super, super tough.
Yeah. So now you cannot be one of the last 3 players. You have to be at least 7th place now. That's how difficult it's becoming. So you have to be at least 7th place to survive. And if you're top 2, then even better. Then you're qualifying directly to the knockout part. So we see Danya there with a solid start, I would say. Maybe not a super impressive, but a solid start. Yeah, a little bit too slow probably now.
Yeah,
2
it's
minutes.
really hard, I think, for me to distinguish, right? 27 with, just over a minute used up feels so good, but it's probably not on the pace that he's set so far today, right? He needs something a little better. He knew that Rook G2 was the right move there, but he wasn't sure on that second move. So it feels like he's a little slower than he's trying to be on these
because
on these puzzles.
I don't have any idea what would be the candidate there. It was so logical.
Other than Rook G2, you mean?
Yeah, Rook G2, Rook B2, but he hesitated a little bit. Okay, he is getting to 40 now. Yeah, 40, but minute and 20 left only. Probably a acceptable score we're going to see, but nothing too impressive. Okay.
Yeah, probably not the score that either advances or secures one last chance in round 5. Creekor, when you're solving and with the top players that we're seeing, I'm curious what you think is the strategy. Do they not move until they feel like they definitely see the full solution? Or if they're sure that a candidate move has got to be the right one? Like Rook G2 just seemed like the only first candidate move in that one we saw a minute ago. Do you play it right away? Or do you make sure that you've calculated the first few moves to make sure that you're definitely seeing the whole idea?
It's a good question. I think in some positions you don't feel confident with the first move when it's a very concrete move. Yeah, but when it looks like the first step, like in the right direction, you probably go and then you reevaluate if you have a doubt in the sequence. But it depends a lot on the position. So, he was 54 here. He had a very good score while we were talking here.
Yeah, great run in the end with a 54, but also probably not the run that is needed in this super tense round to secure yourself from elimination. In any case, let's listen in and see exactly how Danya's feeling right now and get his commentary on the situation.
I'm gonna trust my gut on these early ones. It's here. Okay. Win the queen. Yeah, now it's got to be here. Okay, so my pawns are going... Wait, it's B... I don't understand what the difference was between BA and BC. Anyways. What? Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, it's not bishop b7. That's cruel. That is just cruel. It's... I could have gotten 56 that one. That is cruel.
Well, Danya is feeling the cruelty there. That was a lot of fun to watch. 55 run there, so a really good run from Danya. Maybe enough to advance. What do you think, Krikor?
55? 55, I think it's going to be enough. Or, no, I think it's going to be enough, because I agree with what you said about they're going to get a little bit tired, because one thing is, after you warm up, you feel good, because you're not cold anymore, but at some point you're going to get a little bit tired, because it's a lot of tension here, and they're really spending lots of energy here to find good moves and sequences, and with the time also is very stressful. So I think 55 is good enough.
Okay. Makes sense. I agree that they're getting tired. It feels like it a little bit. It is challenging. I imagine also that there's a little bit of a cramp settling in on the hand, at least for me, when I do a lot of bullet or a lot of puzzle rush. At some point, I'm like, I really want to step away from this mouse for a moment. But it does seem like there might be some fatigue, some slight reduction in scores. So 55 might be good to advance, but we probably shouldn't be thinking about advancing anymore, right? That's kind of been the language that we've used today, advance, and just talk about moving forward in this qualification process. But it's an elimination process, right, Krikor? So, you know, first round, we had like 90 players trying to get 20 slots. But at this point in round 4, we're down to 10 players trying to grab 4 spots. And if you advance, that just means you have one final chance next round. So probably everyone's goal here should not be advancing for that final chance. It should be getting the best possible score they can here and finishing in the top 2. What do you think?
Yeah, it's I mean, it gets a little bit easier after every round, since the best players are going through. But yeah, the initial feeling is just like, I don't want to go home. But at some point you have to qualify as well. Otherwise, you're just going out at some point, because we're going to have 10 players, and then we're going to have 5 players left, which is going to be crazy. The last round, it's going to be so insane and close. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you said, Krikor, that it gets a little bit easier with each round because you have the best players kind of advancing on. But that hasn't been true, because we now see that Ray is still in this mix, but he's on a big run right now. He's on 57, and he finishes on 57. So a big run from Ray. That still might not be top 2 and enough to advance to the next round, to advance to the knockouts tomorrow. But it'll be close. 57 might get him through to tomorrow. He might still need a better score like 58 to be top 2 in this round. But even Ray is in the mix here with only 10 players left.
Yeah. And we get a nice message here in chat from Grandmaster Piorun from Poland. He says, I'm too slow for this, but nice event. He played the finals, of course, today. He went through after the first round to the second round. But nice to see him playing, and nice to see him also follow the event here and chat.
Yes, hello to Katsper, and it is great to have him in the event. Congratulations to him on his strong run in the first round. And for people who don't know, Katsper is, like you said earlier, the solving world champion. So solving studies. And there's some great videos out there with Katsper on YouTube where he talks about some of his favorite studies. Search that if you haven't. I really, really enjoyed it. And seeing some of the most amazing studies out there is just a special experience. They're not necessarily all that much like a traditional game, but they are so beautiful. They illustrate the incredible geometry that you see in chess. You know, one thing I wanted to touch on, Krikor, is kind of the difficulty that you see in certain puzzles in these runs in Puzzle Rush, right? We have our puzzles database, which has hundreds and hundreds of thousands of puzzles. You get some repeated patterns kind of often in these runs. One that I find kind of unique is you really get a lot of checkmates in the early ones where there's a back rank mate and there's like a knight on G7, pawn on H7, and you sacrifice your queen on F8 and you mate with a back rank mate, but you're blocked in by a knight instead of a pawn. I don't know why that one happens so often, because we're pulling from real games, and I've never had that in a real game. So it's really funny to me that I feel like I see it often in Puzzle Rush. But there's some unique patterns you get kind of often. What are some of the things that in your Puzzle Rush runs or in what you've seen today are kind of unique and interesting patterns, or maybe ones that are extra tricky to solve?
Yeah, definitely that one is the one of the most common one. Yeah, the back rank checkmates with some kind of different nuance. Yeah, the sacrifice on F8 with the queen and then with the rook. But that's also a good question. The end games one are very tricky, I think, because it's lots of calculation, and because positions on openings or middle game, you get more patterns. Of course,
another big run. Sorry to interrupt, from Ray there, just to comment on what we're seeing on screen. A 57, which again is awesome, but it ties the score he set previously. So he's still in that space where that might get him through to the knockout tomorrow, but it might also not. Big run, but it's unclear where he sits, and he's checking that right now. He's paying attention to his runs and where everyone's sitting on the standings. Sorry to interrupt, Krikor. You were commenting on some of these patterns.
Yeah. No, and that rush from Ray was his best 4,300 something. It's like just insane.
That is absolutely my favorite stat of the day.
Yeah. So these, the end game, the puzzles with end games, they're tricky because I think you find more patterns in openings and middle games. There are patterns in end games also, of course, but in end games you have a little bit more calculation generally, and it can be so tricky. These pawn end games or some pawn races that are not too obvious. Those are very, this is also very typical. This one with rook takes something on h3. Wow, what is that on?
What is going on with Nigel? Oh, he's playing on his phone and it's scaled.
Wow.
Oh.
I want to see that stream. Nigel. I want to watch that stream.
Wow. Yeah, can we zoom in on Nigel? I really want to experience this geometry up close and in person. I feel like I'm going to get dizzy.
We won't understand probably the pieces, but it's so intriguing that I want to watch it.
Yeah, quick question for you in chat, Krikor. Which is harder to watch, Jimis's micro board or this phone board here from Nigel? I can actually kind of tell what's happening here. How about you?
Yeah, I need a few seconds, but like Queen B8 or something. Yeah, this mate.
It's hard to make out the back rank.
Yeah. Rook C. Oh no, black is playing. Yeah.
I really want to try and do Puzzle Rush on this board. I want to be able to reach out and see can I actually solve any puzzles if the board looks so stretched like this? Yeah, someone comments that it's 64-bit chess. I feel like it's a little more 8-bit chess, but something along those lines. Do
But
you think
impressive
it's
he's
a
fighting.
handicap to play on the phone? What do you think?
On puzzle, I think I tried a little bit. I don't remember if I tried Puzzle Rush on mobile. But I mean, he's doing great. He scored 54, 55. He's hanging in there with the last 10 players. But I would guess it's a little bit slower with the fingers. I don't know. This is so weird.
If he manages to win it all or something, then we'll see meta where this event next year is just everyone on phones, and this is the only board we see. Oh man, that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be this fun resolution.
I also think it's interesting how he's moving. So he's like holding the phone like this, and he's moving with his thumb, I think. Sometimes I play on my phone fairly often, but I'm using my index finger to move around, and he's using his thumb. And I don't know. I just feel like it should be slower to be using the thumb. And also, my thumb just does not like that. If I'm using my thumb on my phone too much, at some point it's like, okay, I am sore. Please stop that. And he's been doing that for hours now. So evidently he's got one of those young thumbs that's really up for this kind of workout.
But what's happening here? Oh, knight. Oh, what's happening here? This is so crazy. King d7. No.
Oh, there are two knights and a bishop against a pawn. No, I didn't see the squished bishop. Okay, I can't tell. There's a squished bishop on a5.
Oh, the knight is the bishop is trapped.
You have to trap the bishop. Yeah.
King b5.
And he did it. And there was a skewer.
But it was such a long puzzle.
Oh man.
Okay,
Everyone caught that, right? All of the members in chat, you saw what was happening there, right? We were all on the same page.
53.
A pretty good run. I see he checked his score at the end there. See where he's falling out.
Yeah, but it's not good enough.
Awesome.
It's good score, very good score, but it's not good enough.
Yeah.
For now, he's going home.
He needs a better run, and he's going after it. He's got 12 minutes.
Yeah. So
we have a comment in chat that he has no idea about the standings. I don't know if that's true or not, because it looked like he was checking some other screen for a moment. So maybe he's got like a laptop or tablet that has the spreadsheet with standings or not. I don't know. I'm not sure, but it seemed like he checked another screen.
And we have the first player to reach 58, Liam. Liam is at 58 right now. And Ray at 57. I think, also AA 175, Jeffrey, and Speed of Light. Andrew Hong at 57. But that they're depending on tie breaks. Now we have Bortnik and Danya at 55. They've been consistent, but they haven't been showing. Okay, maybe Bortnik scored 57 once.
Ooh, and Christopher Yu comes in with a 58 as well.
Wow.
So now it's Liam and Christopher, just over 10 minutes to go. And so far, Ray still has not qualified yet. Like, he's definitely out of elimination, but he has not got a spot in the finals tomorrow yet.
Exactly. I mean, Ray has to score 58, and he must have a better tiebreak. Otherwise, he needs 59, which is not a score that he achieved today. Oh, maybe once. Yeah, maybe once.
He got 60, right? No, he got 59. 59
No, 59 in the first round.
Yeah, it was Andy who had the 60. He got another 58 right there. We just saw it, but that's the same score. It could change his tiebreaks though, right? So he was on 57. Sorry, so he just scored 58. So now he's tied with the top three, and the question is tiebreak. So it's Ray.
But
Liam,
look at that. He had a mistake in like the number
very
15
early. His
or
tiebreaks
something.
are probably worst. Yeah.
Probably worse.
Yeah. So
Wow.
great run, but it still looks like Ray is probably odd man out. I mean, we really don't know. It's one run with 58 for Liam and for Christopher. Actually, he has the highest streak. He got a really good streak earlier. His 57 was a clean, one earlier, so his 57 is his highest streak, not the run we just saw. So he has the best tie breaks, and he's in position to move on right now. So Ray does have the best tie breaks of the 3 players on 58.
So the streak in a different rush counts. That's the question we had, yeah.
Any rush counts, and I wasn't sure on the rules, but I'm getting confirmation from the event team. So any rush counts, and he had a 57 streak earlier. Sounds like when he got 57, that he either timed out or missed the 3 at the very end, because he did get a clean 57.
Okay, so that's good news for him. And Christopher Yu is... Oh, he's playing there, but we're not seeing the exact score, probably in the initial puzzles there. And Bortnik, 56. He's holding on, 7th place. Actually, yeah, 55 is not enough already. 55 is going home. So Kidze and Danya at 55, apparently.
And I actually have a correction from our events team. We were informed that it was going to be any streak that counts. So we had a 57 streak earlier, but that's actually incorrect. Our first thought was the right one. So it has to be from the best run. And as we commented in his best run, he did have an early miss. So we take that back. It's not clear that Ray is through, and it's actually a good chance that those tie breaks from that 50-80 he scored might not be sufficient for him to qualify on. So Ray still has to get that spot, and it's looking still uncertain at this point in round 4.
Yeah, there's a comment there a while ago that's saying the new generation is here, and yeah, exactly. Liam is there, Christopher Yu is there. We saw the other young players already qualifying, so they're giving a hard time to Ray here. Now
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This young generation is so talented. They've grown up on Puzzle Rush, and it shows. It's kind of crazy because we launched Puzzle Rush in like 2018, maybe? I'm going to get a message
18.
from product, but something like that. So that's not that long ago, right? We don't think of that as that long ago, but it's actually like 7 years. And for some of these really young players, that might have been around when they started playing chess. So they really are born and bred in some cases on Puzzle Rush, or certainly it's been a big part of their chess development and chess tactical training. Really want to stack on H3. So does he, and it's right.
Yeah. It was winning. So decent run here for Bortnik, 43 now. He has like 10 seconds left. Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute, sorry. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Looks good now. 45 looks very good.
I feel like it's going to be hard to better his top rush of 56. It's going to be a good run, but to better 56 or to tie it and then maybe improve your tie breaks will be challenging. And he's slowing down here. And Queen takes C6 wasn't right.
The 2
and
mistakes.
I think we know what he said based on the commentary we listened in on earlier.
Yeah, no, the mistakes are... I've seen... I have not seen today this 3 mistakes in a row, but I have seen a lot of 3 mistakes in the last 4 puzzles. That happened. That happened like at least 3 times today that I noticed. You get your confidence. Your confidence is maybe number 1 thing you need for puzzles, because it's so instinctive that you move just so fast. Is you're basing your moves on instinct. So you need your confidence there.
It feels
Always.
a little bit like when you're really in the flow in Puzzle Rush, like you're in the Matrix, like you're seeing bits and numbers, and it's not actually bits and numbers, but it's just these patterns that you're seeing. You're just noticing chunks of the board and things. And as soon as you miss one, it really feels like that breaks, because suddenly you're distracted by, wait, what was that? You're thinking about the last puzzle. It's really hard to immediately refocus on the next one. And then you miss another one, and it's just cascading. So it really is very possible to go off the rails. It's an amazing feeling when you're in the flow, and it feels terrible when you're out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is one of the most important things to improve the thing that you mentioned, that not thinking about the last puzzle, because whenever you go wrong, you instantly start thinking, what was the correct answer? And that serves you nothing at that moment. It's completely useless to do that. It's just an instinct that we have.
Absolutely. So human, but not the right thing to do in that moment. Speaking of the right moment, this is a critical moment for Danya Naroditsky. He's at 55 right now, and that is not enough to go through to the next round. So we're going to listen in,
57.
hear Danya's commentary. Oh, he's on 57 on this run.
Oh.
That's a big one. Let's hear what he has to say.
Rook G3. Not bad, not bad. I'm still happy. I can get 58. Oh, man. I mean, I think 57 still is good, but I don't know where it places me. Man, I could have gotten 58. Absolutely. No, 58's my record. Could have gotten 58. My PR is 58, actually. I believe. No, free queen. Okay, now it is... Okay, queen g5. What? Queen g5 and queen e3, I thought. Yep. Yep. Knight b5, no. Bishop f4, no. Knight e7, no. Knight e5. Not f4, g3. Bishop g1. Or queen f6, bishop g1. It's mate in 1, Jesus. Queen d8 maybe? A3, no. C3 or A3? Yep. Now take it, no. King f2, it has to be. Knight g3, no. Well, knight g3, rooks, yes. Okay, now slow down. Ah! No! It's take c5. Ah! Take c5. Just not enough time.
That was so tense there from Danya, finishing on 57. Oh man, he was just a hair shy of tying what he mentioned earlier was his personal best 58, which could have, with good tie breaks, and I think he would have had enough, could have secured him a spot in the knockout tomorrow. As it stands, though, he is going to advance to the 5th round, the final round, and have another shot to get into the playoff, into the knockout, but he is not there yet. Right now, what we have with tentative current standings is that Liam Putnam is the top of the standings at the moment and is looking to go through to tomorrow. And then we also have Ray Robson going through, both based on tiebreak. They have 58, which is the same score as Christopher Yu, but Christopher Yu's top streak is a little bit less than Ray's. Everything is down to this moment, and we're with Alexander Bortnik, who's got his final rush. He's currently going to be eliminated. He needs to go from his best of 56 to a 57 and have good tie breaks. Right now he has a shot, but it's going to be tight. Creekor, what are you seeing here? And apologies. Get audio directly from Alexander as he makes his attempt here. Like Blake Shelton, Alexander Bortnik is dreaming of some beach somewhere because he is eliminated and will not be going on to the 5th and final round here today. Creekor, give us a breakdown, or actually, we're going to take a moment. We're still tabulating standings, and we will be back in just a second with the dramatic 5th and final round in this event.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Mittens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Mittens says.
I want to get a few truths in first. Okay, do you think you are a good dancer?
No.
Lie. What? I knew this. You are a terrible dancer, but you have high confidence. That's important. So you are decent.
I actually think I'm a bad dancer. It's one of my pet peeves.
No, but I knew that it's gonna show that. And please.
Wait, I have to make moves also.
It's time. It's time for the question.
He's getting nervous even if when you just said that you were going to ask him a question.
Yes. No, because
really nervous.
Because the thread is stronger than the execution. It's one of the chess things. Do you consider me a friend?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Good friend is a different question.
That's fine. I'm not gonna push it. Obviously, I've had my. Have you ever, as a spectator, rooted against me when I play chess?
Maybe. It could have been. Not sure.
Yes, he did.
He did. I know he did. Okay, that's fine. That makes two of us. Did you hate me for making you walk from Hotel Hoogedaan to our house in Lijkenzeven? You were my second.
Briefly, very briefly.
But very intensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no.
Hate
fair.
comes naturally to me.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of friends, do you consider Samay your friend?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I thought it was gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do you?
The long was really.
Okay, but that's an easy one, but the hard one now. Do you actually find him funny?
Yeah, he's extremely funny.
Sometimes.
Do you consider Sagar Shah your friend?
Yeah, very good friend.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god! He did! Look what he has done! He just lost the pawn and the friend too! Okay, no, but it's fine. Do you think Sagar Shah is a good commentator?
Sometimes. Sometimes he gets very excited, but I think most of the time he's a good commentator, but he has to learn the variation in pitch. Like, not always be on extreme excitement.
So much criticism. We got an expert on commentary here.
I have told him, so it's fine.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth and final round here in the Puzzle Rush Royale format of the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. It is the final round because we are down to just 5 players. The top 2 will go through to the knockout tomorrow, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated, which means we have just seen a few players, or a couple of players, go through to tomorrow, and 3 players be eliminated. Precor, can you break it down? Who is going through, who's eliminated, and who is left?
So we have Liam Putnam qualifying with 58 points. He goes through, guarantees his spot tomorrow for the knockout. And we have Ray Robson. After tough rounds, he once again scores 58, but now it is enough. He has better tie breaks than Christopher Yu, that had an amazing score as well, 58. But Christopher does not qualify directly. We have Anthony Atanasov there in 4th place. We have Danya surviving with 57. Jeffrey with 57, and also Andrew Hong with 57 points. And we have 3 eliminations. Sokidze from Ukraine, Samonenkov, which is interesting because he almost qualified in the last round, directed to the knockout, but now he had a bad round. He is eliminated. And we have Alexander Bortnik also going home with a 56 score. That is crazy if you think that 56 is not enough anymore. And now we're going to have many players that are usually scoring 56 or 57, and they're going to battle it out for the last 2 remaining spots. We're going to have 5 players. We're going to have a short round. Normal round, 30 minutes, but with few players. And now 3 are going home, and 2 of them are qualifying. And we also have Nigel Dorf going home, which is sad because it was interesting to watch him play on his cell phone. But he even improved.
I love his screen. I will miss it.
Yeah, he improved from 53 to 55, but it was not good enough. 57 was the score needed to survive in this 4th round.
Yeah. And here in the 5th and final round, we have 5 players. And last round, these 5 players scored 4 57s and 158, with the 158 being Christopher Yu. So it is just razor thin margins here. The players have been incredibly consistent. And a few rounds ago, we tried to predict what was going to be the score needed to go through to the knockout tomorrow. And I think we predicted 57. And it does feel like you at least need 57, but maybe 58 with this field to secure your spot tomorrow. I know Danya Naroditsky, for example, has mentioned on stream his personal best is 58. He has so many fans here. He's such a great competitor. He'll need to get his best score ever if he's going to be, even then, not comfortable in moving on to the knockout tomorrow.
Probably 58 is good enough to qualify. I think it would be 57 with good tie breaks. It's probably good enough. I would guess. We're going to see. But 58, I think would be good enough.
The pressure's on. Do you think that we might actually see some of the best scores from today here in this final round as players are like, this is it. I'm leaving it all on the table. Do you think we might see a 59, a 60, a player really stretch for a personal best?
I would love to see it, but I don't think we're going to see it. I would love to see someone
Everyone's
like
tired.
This. Yeah, they're getting tired. I mean, they're playing for hours now. And there is no sometimes during a chess game, you can relax at some point of the game. But here it's like it's tense like 100% of the time because you're trying to get a score every single rush that you go through. So they're not relaxing. They're just relaxing on breaks, of course. But it's a very tense day for everyone. So let's see who can pull off the 58, which I guess is the needed score.
Absolutely. And as we watch this final round and see these players continuing to put it all out there. They're exhausted. They've been gripping that mouse for a couple of hours now. I do want to clarify that Chess.com is not responsible for any injuries to either one's hand from prolonged competition in this event, or to one's mouse from throwing it against the wall. That is entirely on the players, and we wish them the best of luck.
Yeah, we see Anthony there, Atanasov with a very good start here, 49 with still 44 seconds to go. Now he just hesitates a little bit. Oh, he already had 2 rounds. Okay, it was not that good. I thought he had a clean run.
And Anthony, I think, is a young FIDE master. It was clarified during the break from Canada. So this is really exciting for him. He has his chance here. He's really good at these formats and at speed chess. And he has a chance here to go on to the knockout tomorrow. And I know he really is going to want that. So his speed here, he's just flying as he's entering these moves. You feel like he's really trying to leave it all out there and give it his very best.
Yeah. He's an IM, by the way. Sorry, I said FM, but he's an IM.
Thank you for the correction.
Master. Yeah.
Love a good smothered mate.
That's another typical checkmate on the puzzle rush. The smothered mate, yeah, happens quite a lot.
An observation I have, Creekward, and I'm curious if you've ever experienced this, is I really struggle sometimes in the transition between the first few puzzles where it's just checkmate, 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 to the ones where you're actually trying to win material. And suddenly you have like a queen fork or something like that. Usually they're not too hard, but you're in this mode of chasing those checkmates and you're not counting the material on the board because it doesn't matter. If you've got mate 1, mate 2, you just play it. You know it's the best move. But sometimes as you start to get into those ones that are a little harder, it's not enough to take a rook or to take a queen and to actually look across the whole board and make sure that you have the right material count and will win afterwards can be a little tricky. I find I'm really kind of slow in that transition to be like, okay, I'm going to win a knight or I'm going to win a rook and that's enough here.
Yeah, you need to put more energy there. Yeah, it's not so instinctive anymore. When it's like, for example, here, okay, we're kind of going to, it was not already, yeah, it was not checkmate already there. Now it's checkmate again. He goes there to take on h1, takes here and there. He's trying to, okay, rook f3. Good start, but not very impressive, I think, right now for him. He's going to reach 30 before the 2-minute mark, I think.
Yeah, it's a good run, but it does seem like he's slowed down. We were talking a moment ago about just how fast he seemed to be playing and really trying for speed. And I don't know if it's just in my head, but it feels like he might have intentionally slowed down a little bit and be thinking that, okay, maybe I need to focus on accuracy after he capped out at the 49 a moment ago. Do you think that's crazy? Or maybe it was something where he had like 1 strike left and he felt like, okay, I just have to go for speed because with 1 strike left, I'm only going to get a score that's worth anything, that's going to get me through to tomorrow if I just play as fast as possible at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, now I think he's getting his speed back. One thing I noticed here, I mean, it's the first time we're watching him today, but apparently when he goes wrong, at least physically, he's not showing anything, because usually the players are like shaking their heads and saying something, and that's just bad because it doesn't help you. And apparently he's very focused, even when he goes wrong. He's just accepting his fate and moving on, which is a good way to see things. I don't see why rook d1 is winning here. Why? Bishop g3, nice.
You know, I think we had another one earlier that was tripping up someone, and you pointed out it was bishop g3 in a mating pattern. That was a slightly more complex version of the one that was missed earlier.
Look at this.
A lot of queen checks, nice geometry. Yeah.
53. Wow. Danya and you, Christopher, you already have 55. Now he hesitates a little bit, which is very bad, but I mean,
If you don't know the move, you don't know the move, right? He did get that one right. He took a moment, but he got it.
Wow, 55. Oh. See,
But he had no
doesn't even
time left
shake.
there. He's kind of got to move. He couldn't take time to think.
Yeah, and he didn't even shake his head. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I mean, he got his last one wrong, and he was almost getting to 56, and he just okay.
It seems like some of these players, like Anthony, are just such speed demons that they seem to be able to set that emotion aside. Like, I'm sure they're incredibly personable, you know, when you're connected with them outside of chess, but they're so good at these formats that, yeah, they're not phased when they miss. They're just in the moment and just trying to maximize that score.
Yeah, that is a very nice attitude there.
It's quite different than Danya Naroditsky and Bortnik, and we love them for that.
Yeah.
But we can definitely feel the emotions that they have, which is one of the reasons they're such great streamers. Like, being able to connect, and you know, even though they're top level competitors, like, you can feel they're having the same emotional experiences you are, you know, when you're struggling at times.
Yeah, and we see Andrew home for the first time there in the bird's eye view. And Andrew, I think we have not seen Andrew neither at the top of the leaderboards and neither in the bottom of the leaderboards. I think he may be one of the most consistent players here we saw today, because he was always in the middle, probably always with 55, 56, 55. And he was not in danger. I don't remember seeing him in danger of going home. And also, I don't remember seeing him close to qualifying. So let's see what's going to happen to him. But I think he has been one of the consistent guys today.
Absolutely. We'll see if that consistency gets him through. 5 players left, 2 spots remaining, and it is just going to be a razor thin margin.
Yeah, he has bad start, I think, for now. 46. I don't know if it's updated, but it says 46, his best so far. And 49 for Anthony. No, actually, Anthony had 55 already. So
yeah, he just got a great run. Danya is also sitting on 55, same as Anthony, as you mentioned. And we're going to jump into listening to Danya's stream as he chases this qualification spot. Right now he's there, but it is going to be a close finish.
Let's takes an e6, I want to say. Bishop f5, no. This one's the queen, or at least a piece. Knight f6, no. Queen f8, no. fg, no. cd, no. Okay, it's got to be this then. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. Just giving random checks. Takes, no. Yep. Okay, so now let's see. Mate. Queen f2. No, it's h4. Oh my gosh, that was forced mate. What's going on here? Oh, it's knight g2. No. Okay, 56 with 18 minutes left. I'm good. I'm doing well. Let's get a little higher. I'm bad at the actual advanced puzzles. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Good. Good. It takes. Whoa! Shit. Shoot. No. Bad. Bad. Very bad. Still okay. 40. Okay, so G3 takes. It's got to be takes. Alright, good. Take some risks here. Get out of the checks. Give a check and win. It's got to be Queen C2, I would imagine. Oh, it's mate. Okay, so now Bishop F5, Rook D6 maybe? How's this still going? Jesus. Just drop back. No, it's check, takes. Okay, now it's got to be Bishop F4, Bishop B4. Okay, so it's okay. Oh, it's shit. You need to do better than that.
Great run there from Danya. Great to listen in. He is very, very consistent in this final 5th round. And it looks like currently he is slated to get one of these final 2 slots in the knockout tomorrow. Because we got to watch as he had another 56 with a clean 56 start. So that's a huge streak. That's a great tie break. It's not sure that it's going to go through, right? Because we were thinking you might need 57. But at least at the moment, that 56 with the best possible tiebreak might get him through. What do you think, Krikor?
Yeah, for now I think he's in 2nd place. I think we have one 57 score, from Jeffrey. I think it would not hold. It will not hold 56. I think someone will score 57. So Danya has to improve, and he had a classical 3 mistakes in a row there in the other one. When you're approaching the end, puzzles starts to get really hard and you don't have time. So it's usual to have these mistakes at the end. So so 56, he must have the better tiebreak. I would doubt that anyone else has the 56, a clean 56, which is hard to get. In this case, Christopher Yu,
Yep, Christopher Yu and Daniel on top, but it's going to be tight. The field is super, super close, and everyone has shown that they can get something like a 57 or 58. You mentioned it was like a typical 3 misses there at the end. I felt like it was a little bit different than some we've seen. We've talked about players getting rattled and losing confidence, and they're thinking about the last one. I think it was a little different with this one for Danya because he was just running out of time partially. So he knew he hadn't solved it yet, I think, but he felt like whether or not I've solved it, I need to try my first instinct if I'm going to have a chance to add to this 56 that I currently have. Otherwise, the clock is just going to run out. So at least for the second couple, it was like he was just trying to go with the intuition and hope that fate was with him in this case. And unfortunately, it wasn't. Might get him through, but it does seem unlikely, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and see, Anthony, 56. He's getting a record here for this round. 57.
And it's clean, and it's 57. So
clean.
Anthony
missing.
4 seconds left. 58.
58.
58. That is probably going to be a slot tomorrow in
Yeah.
the knockout. And that means that Danya's 56, like you predicted, is not holding up. So currently Anthony and Jeffrey Zhang are going through. Certainly plenty of time still for Danya, Christopher Yu, and Andrew Hong to challenge those 57 and 58 scores. But they haven't done it yet. Right now, the leaders are Anthony and Jeffrey Zhang on 57 and 58. Do you think someone else is going to get a 58, Krikor?
Yes. I don't know who. I mean, initially I thought 57 was enough, but I think someone will get 58 now. Because Anthony was not up there in the other rounds. I think so. So I think one of these other guys, maybe Danya, maybe Jeffrey himself. Jeffrey's right now qualifying, but it's tricky. And also Christopher Yu. Yu also got 58. And Andrew Hong is a little slower than the other guys in this round. He's 53, which is definitely a worse score than he presented in the other rounds. But Anthony now is leading the field, and he's guaranteeing his spot for tomorrow, 58.
Absolutely. And Anthony, I think, is someone who has a certain enthusiasm from the Chess.com community. He's been a really active member on Chess.com in lots and lots of spaces from a very young age, still super young. And it's awesome to see someone who's kind of, come up. I think I remember seeing him when he was a CM on all the leaderboards and different places. And it's awesome right now to see him likely going through to a knockout final tomorrow against some of the best in the world. That's just wonderful to see. Everyone here is capable of that 58 to get a spot, but whether or not they can get one of their best scores ever in the final 10 minutes is going to be a challenge. Danya specifically has mentioned that his personal best ever is 58. So he can do it. We all know that, but it is going to be challenging. You don't get to just reproduce your best score ever on demand with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we got a comment here from Ben. 58 is huge right now with fatigue setting in for everybody. Exactly. They're playing for hours. I mean, we cannot even imagine, right, Sam? I mean, the amount of fatigue they have because they're like calculating and making these moves and recognizing these patterns for like hours now. And I know they're young, but still they get tired at some point.
Absolutely. And I can mention maybe a sort of piece of context. In Title Tuesday, our Fair Play team did a study at one point that looked at if having a warm-up helped a bit in your Title Tuesday performances. And the answer was yes. Players who played some games before Title Tuesday did a bit better than players who cold started Title Tuesday. But if you played too many games, then it actually had a negative impact. So a light warm-up helps, and then at some point kind of fatigue sets in. And I think that probably applies here. Initially you're probably not getting your best scores because you kind of got to get into a rhythm. And then once you're in the rhythm, you're probably in your best shape, putting up your best scores. But now after several hours at the mouse here, it's getting more challenging, and we can expect that they're probably not able to put up their best scores, or it's really quite difficult to do so.
Yeah, now it's their last chance. And Jeffrey's there with we're seeing Jeffrey now with 40, a very good score for half of the 3 minutes. He's gonna cross the 1 minute 30-second mark with 43, which is very nice. And this could be trouble for the other guys if he improves somehow this 57.
That could make it a lock that you definitely need 58. Right now, the other players are hoping Jeffrey doesn't improve because it gives them a better shot to go through if they can get that 57 and compete with him on tie breaks. So he basically needs 11 to go. He did miss one right now, so it does feel like it's tricky. We've talked about how missing one makes the others a little harder because you kind of got to refocus. You're a bit distracted by the miss. But he's got 2 right now, so it does feel like he's kind of in the right space. Bishop a5 is kind of unique.
Nice. Yeah, giving 2 pieces for 1. Queen f3, also a very subtle move there. 51 now for Jeffrey. 35 seconds to go with 42.
He can get a big score.
Yeah, 53. 1 miss. E5 now getting a piece. 54.
Clever that he had to play e5 because he couldn't take on d4 because bishop f2 trapped the queen.
Yeah.
I would take on d4 so fast.
Rook b6 now? Why not rook b6? Rook b6 and take
1 miss left, 11 seconds, 10.
He's gonna go wrong here, I think.
He's not gonna get the 57.
Yeah, he needs a miracle now, yeah. Well,
No, not 57, but that's a tie for his best score. He might have improved his tie break, but not enough to better that. So he's still currently slated to go through to tomorrow, but it feels like he's going to need some luck to not get anyone who catches or passes him in the last 6 minutes. Maybe not. 6 minutes is not a lot of time, and we have fewer players at this point. So it's important to remember, as we've been seeing these consistent 57 and 58s from the field, that was really happening when we had more like 15 and 20 players in the field. At this point, he's just got to stay ahead of 3 players. And so it's not so easy for them to get their best scores here with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, it is statistics. Yeah, I mean, the more players, the more danger that's bigger the danger that someone scores a massive run. So, and actually there are like 2 or 3 chances now left with 6 minutes. Now a little bit under 6 minutes. Danya is at what? Oh, 50. Okay.
51. Yeah,
51.
Danya's right on the cusp. I say on the
nice.
cusp. There's no cusp anymore. It's 2 players going through 3 players who are eliminated. So he's currently scheduled to be eliminated.
Queen G1. Yeah. Oh, there's 2 Queen H1. Rook D3, B6, and B7, 54.
Promotes.
Now takes 55 now. 56.
Comments in the
Needs one
chat.
more.
If he doesn't make this, he has 1 more run, but he has a chance.
Ooh,
1 more miss. 10 seconds to go.
He's nervous now. Oh.
Yeah,
There's 5 minutes
56.
left.
Not an improvement on his previous score. Not enough to go through. So he's basically got 1 more clean run, definitely, and then he'll be able to get another one in one way or another. But it's only going to be 2 more runs for Danya, right? At this point, with 5 minutes to go, you get 1 run, and then you start badly or something, you can restart, but you're only going to get 2 full runs.
Yeah, wow. He had 55 at some point, and he had some time left.
Oh my goodness. I just heard Anthony got 59. He didn't even need it because he had that 58.
No,
but
he's
he's got
60.
59. 60.
60.
Anthony got 60.
Wow. Look at
How
that.
many
the
60s have we
4th.
seen today? It's been
It's the
Andy
4th.
Woodward. It's the 4th. What are the 4, Krikor?
Yeah, two runs from Andy, 1 from Ronak, and 1 from Anthony Atanasov. Very impressive. And he can relax now if he wants. He doesn't need to go another run. He can, he's going to relax. I think he's checking the answers.
No, I
he's
think
entitled to.
You're right. He's checking his answers. You're right.
Yeah. You would,
Wow.
Yeah, he's entitled to, right, Sam, to relax a little bit now. He deserves it.
Absolutely.
That is very impressive.
Should throw his hands back behind his head, kick back a little bit, let us see his confidence the way we saw from Andy Woodward earlier. That's amazing from Anthony. Congratulations to him. Obviously, he's super talented and really, really strong, but as an international master, to get one of our top 4 scores, the top score that we had today against a field of some absolute legends and grandmasters is amazing. So kudos to Anthony on that. That's got to feel so good.
So 2 chances now for Danya to go through, but he goes wrong there. Why not F5 here? Okay, take an F5 first.
All right. It's a lot of eyes on Danya here as he's got that 56. He's scheduled to be eliminated. We are going to listen in to his stream as he makes his last 2 runs here and tries to grab that qualification spot.
Oh my gosh. 2 minutes, all right. A little too slow here. These are hard. Oh no, I hate the ones. The ones where you have to escape the checks are just BS. Last run. Try to get 58. At least. So be vintage Naroditsky style to get 59 in the last run. I mean, it's, oh. Uh-huh. I don't see it. Shit. Okay. Ah, it's queen a6. But okay, did we get... I got in or no? One more? Oh. Did I qualify or no? I did not qualify. Oh, man. Wait, what is it? Man, people are like... Half of the people are saying I qualified. Half the people are not, but still, that's awesome. I don't know. 58 is my highest ever. I'm in. Oh my god, did I get... Oh my god. With the last run. Oh man. Looks like I got in. It looks like it. I'm in. I don't know if I'm in. I mean, they're showing me on the official stream. That's not gonna help. Am I in? What's up? What's up, Chess.com commentary? This is like the most meta thing ever.
Well, Danya's watching the official stream, and I'm told we can officially confirm that Danya is in. We were watching right there. Before he began this run, he mentioned that it would be so clutch, vintage Danya, to get 59 on his last run. It was so clutch. It was vintage Danya. It was 58 and not 59. But the numbers I have at the moment are that is through. So really amazing. Krikor, how incredible was it to watch that tremendous finale there from Danya?
That was not the first, but it's definitely the best buzzer beater of the day, the best clutch puzzle rush of the day in the last one to get 58, exactly what he needed to go through without tie breaks. So guaranteeing already his spot, because Jeffrey had 57. And so you're doing this for hours, and in the last try, you're so nervous and you're stressed and you're tense, but he pulled it off. That's amazing. He showed he showed nerves here. I mean, we know how strong, how good he is, but he showed a lot of nerves, and he's through tomorrow for the knockout. Impressive.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, super impressive. And, you know, it couldn't happen to someone who is A, a nicer guy, and B, a bigger chat favorite, right? We've been watching Danya all day. We've been listening in to his streams, and there's just been a lot of people rooting for him. He's been so consistent. And he talked about earlier how his personal best is a 58, and he managed to put up his personal best to tie it in the absolute final seconds, the final run with the clock showing zeros there. That is so wonderful, and the vibes are just immaculate. Congratulations to Danya.
That's nice, and now I think we can already see how it's going to be tomorrow, the bracket.
Yep, we're going to cut to the bracket over here and give you a preview for tomorrow as we advance to see Puzzle Battle. So Danya just had a tremendous rush, as we were seeing, and he is through tomorrow to play Andy Woodward in the first round, which is going to be challenging, of course, because Andy was very, very impressive. He wasn't around long because he was so confident in the first two rounds, and he clinched the first spot through to tomorrow. Then we have Pranav playing against Liam Putnam. Then we have Yosef Taher, a very, very talented young player who is probably a new name to many, against Anthony, who was another one of those players who put up a 60, along with Andy Woodward and the player in the final slot in our bracket, Ronak Sodwani, who also scored 60 and is playing 5-time puzzles champion Ray Robson in the first match tomorrow. So this is just super exciting. Is there anything in particular here in the matchups, Krikor, that you're really looking forward to as we open the match tomorrow?
Well, I'm definitely looking for the Ronak versus Ray matchup, because Ray has been a beast over the years. For the last 5 years, he has been incredibly consistent today, but Ronak was able to pull off this 60 score, so definitely you have to be watching, looking out for his performance tomorrow. I want to see Anthony also. I see how he's going to do tomorrow against Yosef. He is possibly playing against Ray or Ronak if he goes through, so he's in the same bracket, in the same side of the bracket as Ray. Pranav and Liam is going to be interesting as well. And Danya is definitely hyped to play against Andy, which was the star of the day with 260 scores, and he also was a finalist last year. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be massive tomorrow. Going to be so nice to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited for tomorrow. Really, really looking forward to it. It's really felt in past years. It's really felt in past years like Ray was just the person to beat, but I don't know that that's the case this year. It might be Andy, but that's a small sample size. But this whole field feels just extremely competitive. I think the gap between Ray and these other players has definitely narrowed over the last year, maybe the last 2 years. And it is going to be really, really exciting to see who's able to come out on top tomorrow. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back with an interview. So stick around, and we'll be talking to one of the players about the matches tomorrow. Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid, and level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
Were you ever leaning towards asking me to help you for the candidates?
Yes, I did consider it.
No, not just consider. Like you were about to do it versus not do it. You just didn't think about the question, but you were like, at some point in time, you thought like, I'm going to ask him. Did you have that moment?
Not exactly how you put it, but I gave it more serious thought than you think. Yeah.
No, I think you gave it very serious thought.
Okay, maybe then less serious than what you think, but yeah, I did consider it.
True.
It was not entirely my decision.
Was Surya against it?
Something like that.
The backstab, yeah? Surya sir, you know, we've been known each other for many years. No, but it's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know Daniela has got my back, so. Now, some career-related questions. Would you rather win Olympic team gold, which is what you have done, or individual gold at Olympiad on board one?
I think team gold. Individual medals are not as
on
worth.
board one.
Yeah, but it's
no,
not.
But think about the whole thing. On board one.
Yeah, I would still like.
No, but it means that you are playing on board one. Plus, you have the medal.
No, I would feel good, but it doesn't hold the same value as team gold. Like team gold.
I'm calling BS.
True.
Wow. The nationalism in there, yeah?
Of course. I mean, it has much more value than an individual gold.
Respect. Are you intending to retire from chess in the next 5 years?
It's likely, but it's a thought that comes and goes. Like, I'm not certain.
Seems true.
What do you plan to do after that?
Something less stressful.
Yes.
Okay, true. Do you think you're lazy?
Sometimes.
Yes, you think so?
Would you call yourself greedy, like for money?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as philanthropic as I should be.
Yes, he is.
Is meditation the main reason behind your good results in the past 2 years?
Not necessarily. It's a catalyst, but not the main reason.
It is a significant reason.
Yes.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back. I am joined by Danya Naroditsky, who gave us a tremendous show there by clinching the final qualification spot, the 8th slot, with a 58, which I think you mentioned on stream earlier was your personal best. So you matched it in the end. Danya, how are you feeling? What were the nerves like in that final rush right there?
I mean, honestly, I think the script says, I'm supposed to say I was nervous. But the reality was, I think that's why I was able to succeed. Like, I don't have a ton riding on this tournament. I'm just I'm doing my best, but it wasn't life or death. At the same time, we were talking during the break, Sam. I figured I'd say the phrase about, oh, it would be such a clutch thing if I got 58 in case I got it. I doubted that I'd be able to, but I wanted that phrase to be there in case I made it happen. And I got a really easy batch, a lot of maiden ones. And even at my advanced year, I can tackle maiden ones. So once I hit like 40 and I saw that I had like a minute and a half, I was like, okay, I can make this happen. Super important is to reach like 50 with no strikes, because then you get that cushion and you're able to, the 50s vary wildly in terms of difficulty. So you're able to get a few easier ones. And, major hats off to Andy and the others who were absolute beasts.
Awesome. And I have one question just based on the observations from the broadcast team. They told us that they were trying to get in touch with you to be able to interview you. So fortunately, you've joined us and we're thrilled to be able to talk with you. But after like 3 hours of Puzzle Rush, they thought you would be unavailable because you had already queued for more Blitz action on Chess.com. And I just have to ask, what the heck is wrong with you? In the most polite way, that you just play 3 hours of Puzzle Rush and you're immediately like, time for another game.
I'm a GM. That's what's wrong with me. It's a congenital condition. Well, not really. Well, now it's congenital with how early people are becoming GMs. When I caught the disease, it was back in the early teens, and it's this love for chess. I can't explain it. I've been to many specialists. Dr. Kasparov diagnosed me, Dr. Carlson, but then I realized they suffer from this themselves. So if you know anybody in the Charlotte area, just let me know.
I know a few people in the Charlotte area, but I think that they suffer from the same disease. I know that there's a great crew in Charlotte, and it's always amazing to have you in the space. I'm fortunate to live close enough to Charlotte that I get to get up there sometimes. I wanted to ask, of course, tomorrow is a big day. So today was super dramatic, really exciting to have this kind of elimination format that's really tense. But tomorrow is all about the match format, puzzle battle. And I believe you are going to be playing against Andy Woodward in the first round. What are your thoughts on that matchup and what Andy showed today?
Well, obviously, I'm a heavy underdog, especially given what Andy showed. It seemed like he was getting, I think he put in a 60, right? Did he get 60?
Probably he got 60, and I think he got 60 twice. We saw 4 60s, 2 from Andy, 1 from Ronak Sadwani, and just in this final round, Anthony Atanasov also had a 60.
Wow. And
really
tomorrow,
impressive.
is it a cumulative score? Like it's just the sum of all 8 runs?
That is a really good question, and I haven't checked the format closely enough, so we'll have to.
I wanted to confirm. The reason I wanted to confirm is because, of course, I'm the underdog. Like in terms of what we're capable of, I think Andy, the speed with which he solves like the tough puzzles is breathtaking. So it's awesome to get to play him in a different format. At the same time, I think that tomorrow is about consistency. It's about avoiding like the really bad runs, and it's about avoiding tilts. So in previous years, when I qualified, I was overcompensating by being too slow. So you still have to treat it, like Puzzle Rush. You don't want to slow down and get 20, in the first 2 minutes. But it's about finding that balance and avoiding bad runs. So I'm going to try to be consistent. I found that like warming up doesn't necessarily help. It's kind of just like random what form you're in on any given day. So I'll do my best. I think maybe the older generation can has some bark left, but we'll see.
Amazing. We're all obviously going to be rooting for you, and of course, Andy's super talented and seems like an incredible young player in talent, and we're looking forward to seeing him in action as well. And of course, he was a finalist against Ray Robson, who has not been defeated yet in this format, having won 5 championships. I have a couple questions from chat. Of course, they're always eager to ask you some questions. One is just how often do you play Puzzle Rush? And for the chat or for yourself, do you find Puzzle Rush and puzzles in general to be helpful for your chess?
Well, I mean, I think it would be weird to say no. And I'm not paid to give this answer. Like solving of any kind, tactical solving, positional solving it's like the currency of chess training. It's sort of the main thing that you do to improve any skill is you solve positions. As for like how often I do Puzzle Rush, pretty often, like when I stream, I typically start with a couple puzzle battles, or at least I used to when I had more discipline. Now I'll jump right into blundering my queen in 3-minute games. Definitely before Title Tuesday, it's really good to do a couple. And sometimes like I'll start doing it and a couple hours will pass and I won't notice. So I would say I do it at least a couple days a week, and just staying sharp, quantity is quality when it comes to tactic solving. Like the more you do, the better. And it's one of the only facets of chess improvement where it's just pure numerics. It's like the more you do, the better your pattern recognition is. And there's a very like one-to-one correlation. So I try to do it when I can. I don't always have the discipline to take it seriously. But tomorrow's the day for that.
Amazing. And I have a clarification. You were asking about the format. Michael Brancato, our events commissioner, just clarified that tomorrow it's best of 8. So it's not really cumulative. It's best of 8, but then total points across all runs is the tiebreaker if it's split 4-4. So,
but still, like you want to avoid the bad runs. It's best of 8. So like you get a couple of ones where you can get crushed, but it's all about consistency, nevertheless, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have 2 more questions we just want to ask from chat, and then we'll wish you the best of luck tomorrow. One question is just how stressful was the tournament compared to, say, Title Tuesday, this kind of Puzzle Rush format, constant mouse speed format? How did you find that?
Incomparably less stressful. I think any actual tournament format where you play, like there's a lot more riding on every move. Like the price of a move, and I use this phrase a lot, the price of a move is very high in like Title Tuesday. You make one blunder, tournament's not over, of course, but you feel like it is. The game might be over. Here, you feel like you can get a strike. Literally 3 mistakes lose the game, but losing the game doesn't necessarily lose the tournament. So it's less stressful in like the individual moments, but definitely when like the clock starts ticking down. And in tomorrow's format, like when you get to the final few puzzle matchups, you do feel that your throat closing up and that your mouth drying up and all the stuff you feel before a big game in Title Tuesday or any other tournament. It's definitely still there in the background. That stress is like knocking on the door for sure.
Awesome. I find Puzzle Battle personally to be way more stressful than a game somehow. Just from my point of view, getting those misses in the process of competing against someone feels worse than I'm in a game. And there's no instant feedback if I play a subpar move. I don't get the little sound effect that makes me feel bad in the moment. We have just one more question. I think you kind of already touched on it, but it's always, of course, relevant. Someone wanted to know, how do they improve at puzzles apart from playing Puzzle Rush? So obviously that's huge. You talked about the importance of puzzles. So just for our chat who's interested, what would you suggest for puzzles improvement?
Well, I think not emulating people like me who just go for speed at the expense of accuracy. I think when you're just learning as a player, accuracy is everything. Like if you're doing 3-minute Puzzle Rush, that's fine. But it's like good to go for a high score. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you just like throw pieces around, just trying to get as many right as possible, I think that builds bad habits, unless you're trying to like specifically improve at bullet, which, is not really recommended because that 20 years later, you might blink and be like, wait, what have I done the last 20 years? So I think it's all about accuracy. And, if you get a challenging puzzle that you can't solve, I think it's really important not just to like check the solution and move on. It's like in an exam. When you get a practice exam and you can't do anything, and then you look at the solution, you're like, yeah, I could totally like reproduce that when the test comes. Like if you can't understand the solution or you can't solve it, that's a clue that that particular facet of your tactical thinking is deficient. And so like trying to fill in the blanks, like how could I have reached this solution myself? Doing that extra work, I think, is super important. And obviously just solving, working for hours and hours and hours. I think the 10,000 hour rule does really apply. It's received its fair share of criticism. It's an oversimplification, but with tactics specifically, I do think it's, again, like the number of hours you spend.
Makes a ton of sense. Thank you so much, Danya. Congratulations
Thank you,
again
Sam.
on that 58 and qualifying for tomorrow. Just thrilling to watch you. We're going to let you go, and we look forward to catching you again tomorrow against
Thank you for
Andy.
covering the event. To you and Creekor, you did an awesome job. And my chat told me that, of course. But you guys are awesome. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, Danya.
Bye-bye.
We're going to take a quick look here at the bracket as we wrap up. So, as we mentioned, Andy Woodward and Danya Naroditsky are going to be playing in the first round tomorrow in the Chess.com Puzzles Championship. In the next spot in the bracket, we have Pranav and Liam Putnam. Then we have Yosef Taher, as we've mentioned. That's a bit of a new name to many, and International Master Anthony Atnasov. So that will be super exciting. Anthony was one of the players. Only 3 players managed to score 60, and Anthony's going to be going up against Yosef tomorrow. And then finally, we have Ronak Sadwani, another player with Andy and Anthony who managed to score 60, and he's taking on the 5-time puzzles champion, Ray Robson. So just a thrilling set of matches tomorrow in the bracket. It will be a double elimination format, best of 8. Definitely don't miss it. I will be back tomorrow, joined by Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and I cannot wait. Hope to see you there.